Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, June the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, well, guys, something's happening with these banks. You have Carver, unbelievable move, CARV, OPHC, OPHC, LMFA, a very small one. I want to see if it's going to break $1, AFH. There's a ton of little banks on the move this morning. BYF, did I mention BYFC? BYFC. But the leader here is Carver, CARV. Just absolutely exploded right out of here from 6, almost straight up. Even a little base right there to get in. And these communication stocks all led, well, I'm not quite understanding the disconnect, but there's that U1K. And I actually traded this one myself after I shut the room down. I traded this one at 244 and got out at 4, right around here. This was around 315. Just before the market closed, I got out. And I wish I'd held it overnight. Look at this move. But it's funny because U1 is not following suit. In fact, it is down somewhat. Had a big pullback. It got up to $40 yesterday, just as the market was closing. After hours, it just about got cut in half. I don't know, my opinion. I don't understand. I don't understand the disconnect. To be honest, I know, there's a different classification of stock. I just don't quite get the disconnect. And NTN, my goodness, this is one I almost took also. I didn't quite get it though. Look at the run it had at the end. Again, this is all from the basic new highs. I know Goods came into the room and said he sold it. It just exploded and it's still moving here. NTN. Here's another one, guys. This could be a really crazy one. It's already had a big pullback. It had a pop and a pullback. IMTE. If you guys remember way back, when was this? Back in 2018, almost 2 years ago. I remember this one got up to $44, probably for no reason. But look at this one starting to move. Also, IMTE. It's a very low float. So you got to be super careful. But who knows? It could pull a U1. Another very low float situation. It's not the same sector. Well, I shouldn't say that. It is the same sector. I shouldn't say that. This is the same sector, guys. IMTE is in the radio, television, broadcasting as well with U1. Radio network. So this sector, this media sector has just been exploding. SALM, another one. Look at SALM, Media, MDIA. This is a good time to have the similar stock open, or this window open, guys. You can see all the stocks in the same industry, same sector. You just got to be able to withstand the whip on some of these IMTE. This could go absolutely crazy. It has popped through the 200-day, but you just got to be careful, very careful. Probably some resistance right around that 9 area. Oh, of course, it's pure random speculation. Of course it is. Yes. This is not investing. Definitely not investing. You have to strike that term. Now, on a downer here, NCLH, I just noticed, well, I didn't just notice, but I read that they've increased the 2 months now in which they're not going to take bookings, and now it's to the end of September. So this is putting a damper on the cruise lines today, the cruisers. They've extended the deadline, or I guess the quarantine period, not the quarantine, I don't know what the right term is, but they're not taking any bookings until now, at least to the end of September, which is a 2-month extension. What other news is there? CEMI has been knocked down hard, down 60%, big volume. Basically, the FDA revoked the EUA for them. Here is another little INWK. I think this is in the same, display advertising. So communications. So this is an earnings play, actually. They released earnings after hours yesterday. This was active yesterday, too. Look at the potential void fill, guys. And that is for INWK. Here's another little, this one was from the basic new highs yesterday also. This is another earnings play, CLIR. This is not it's not in the communication sector. It hit a high yesterday of 335. So they released earnings after hours yesterday. Kind of a muted reaction. Now, is this one holding PDSB? I noticed it had gapped up. Nah, forget it. It had gapped up to the 200-day moving average, 225. It has pulled right back, so forget that one right now anyway. FLGT. Big gap up. Look at this gap, taking all this out right now. I don't see any news, specific news on it, other than an analyst maintaining overweight situation on it. But other than that, I don't see any specific news on it. I'm sure must be something going on for have a pop like that. And keep an eye on, see if this one recovers a bit. This is another really small one, 2 million in the float. Triple U, it hit 138 yesterday before it pulled back. 138, it pulled back. Let's see if it can recover. Look at the volume it had yesterday, 3 million shares. I mean, it dwarfs many months, I'm sure. Well, actually here, I guess they had, but that's in a month. This is one day. Now let's see if it just recovers and gets over $1 again, another low float situation. That I have no idea, Fox. I have no idea. I don't know why they are not moving the same. No idea. Oh, Watt. Here's another one. WATT. Again, in the same that same sector that's on fire right now. Watt. That's not a low float. 34 million. Certainly not excessive, but another one that just popped up. Well, if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, in theory, the fantasy void would be way up here for INWK. Not saying that's going to happen, of course, but we'll start very, very cautiously. Okay, Nima, have you done any? You've done paper trading? You've done some simulation trading? Just take it easy. Take it. Don't take very many shares. Yeah, just take it easy. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Grumpy. I mean, I'm just looking at the weekly chart right back here, January 13th this year. I'm just looking at this for INWK. Trading software, Interactive Brokers. Okay, I think that is it. I was just sort of going up and down my list. All right, let me check. Just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from the briefing.com. A few more upgrades than downgrades. Let me see if I get a few of them in. Oops. I'm just going to get a few of them in. These are from briefing.com. Just get a few of them. Some upgrades, and I'll get some of the downgrades in now. Not as many downgrades this morning. Briefing.com, yeah, for this it has a free subscription. You just have to give them your email. And then it gets delivered to your email about 9:10 every morning. CLIR is on the move, guys. Earnings play, little earnings play. Semi's got a lot of downgrades. CEMI, a lot of downgrades after their slap in the face from the FDA on that EUA. Well, I'm certainly aware of earnings. We always talk about earnings plays because we know that a company that releases earnings either after hours yesterday or, of course, this morning, it's going to be active, typically active for the day. So that's why it's always interesting to track the earnings plays. And I'm all about volume. If you're the first time in the room, you hear me talk about volume all the time, especially if a stock's been kind of consolidating a bit, especially in this basic new highs, no repeat later on in the day. Say if a stock, the ones that kind of gap up and then kind of snooze for hours, it seems, and all of a sudden, later on in the day, they get some volume. Yeah, I just can't see any specific news on Carver. But look at Solemn. Again, this is this industry, guys. This communications stocks are really hot right now. Well, I know it's a bank. I know it's a bank. I just don't see any specific news on it. Well, in theory, Ronnie, yes. In theory, yes. Yeah. So, Marcelo, I'm not a big indicator guy. I really only keep track of the 200-day moving average. I don't use Fibs, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't or anybody else shouldn't. It's just I try to keep it very, very simple. What happens when a stock gets halted? I don't know. I've never, if it's volatility, I really don't know. I don't know if it can open in post-market. I really don't know. Never seen that. Boy, this IMTE, I mean, again, you want to play this, don't take too many shares. You know, anything can happen with this. It only has $1 million in the float. I know it's up 92%, up $4. I mean, basing a little bit here. It's way over the 200-day moving average right now. Probably some resistance right around 930, 920 in that area. That resistance may mean nothing. You just have to load the window. NetSquire, just just click on File from the toolbar, New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's it. Then you'll have, your window, it'll be blank right now. And just wait for them to show up. Yeah, Celsius was another nice one from the later on, the basic new highs. All right, guys. So, I have no idea what's going to happen with my watch list again. I might have to do some revamping with it over the weekend. I want to maybe put some new filters in and see what happens. But if you do want to follow my watch list, just from the toolbar, New, channel bar, and then my windows, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on my watch list or any other channel, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So your layout will be replaced. But I'll be honest, I'm getting way more inspired by these two windows here throughout the day. Are you a premium subscriber, Izzy? It's called the back tester. Now, okay, well, that's one reason. The back test, it's only available to premium subscribers. No, it's the same as yesterday. The watch list name is the same. But what I might do this weekend is I might revise some of the filters. Nothing lasts forever. We've had a really, really great run with the watch list. Months, to be honest, months. Now, a lot of it too is because I'm probably paying a little more attention to these. This is more exciting. Well, you have it, don't you? Yeah, all you have to do is, well, you're talking here. Yeah, nothing happens until the market opens, Izzy. Yeah, it's called the base. I'm sure it's called basics. Well, it's not. Okay, remember, it's not in my. That's why we changed the name. New channel bar. See, we changed the name Barry's watch list. Okay, it's only going to be the watch list. Everything else is something you can add on yourself. You know, all the scans I'm sharing are right there, including the basic new highs and lows. Okay, including right, or you can click on the room drive. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing, including the basic highs and lows. Hello, Antonio. All right, I'm going to close these down. And there is a channel for post-market. Yep, it's called After Hours. Okay, I am going to keep this in the simulated trading mode all day long. See if I can take some trades. Well, it depends on when you saw the video. I mean, sometimes, you know, these layouts get deleted. But in theory, all you have to do is copy the link. If you copied the link, copied it, and then file, load from cloud, and pasted it in here, if it's not in here already, when you copied the link, if you click on load and then it says not found, then it means that it's been deleted. Again, if you're new to Trade Ideas, I would really, really encourage you to take a look at the 20 short video lessons. They're very short, to the point. Do yourself a favor, okay? A lot of things are covered. You're on number 3, okay. These are good though. I think these are probably the best. I mean, they're recent. They're short, sweet, to the point. Okay. This is another one, guys. It is, you know, our friend Good. He was talking about this one a few weeks ago. This is one of these ones, the SPACs. Look it up, SPAC. You'll look it up. This is one of these, and you know the rumor about a merger with Impossible Burgers or Impossible Meat, whatever it's called, private company. Not anytime soon. Well, everything you see here, these are my own, call them, okay, these are all my creations. Nothing to do with the AI. Nothing to do with the AI. "30 seconds, you're right. The market is going to open in, well, 20 seconds now. So let's have a great trading day, everyone. Yesterday, well, it's always exciting. Yeah, I do trade here. You know, if I'm going to get into a trade, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. But this is not a room where I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. You know, if I'm going to get into something. Okay, guys, we are now open. Okay, Lee, well, everything, I don't know which window you're talking about, but everything I'm sharing, scans, just click on the scans tab. Everything is in here or in the room drive icon, okay? Scans that I share. So they're all there. Now look at clear, C-L-R, I don't have a tough time saying C-L-I-R, over 3 now. It's an earnings play. Yeah, you never know, Martin. You never know. Crazy. So look at the bounce in NCLH. I mean, they came out with news, I think it was either yesterday afternoon or this morning, saying they were extending the time in which they would not be taking reservations for another 2 months until the end of September. And so why not? Why not 2.8 million coming in and popping the stock? Why not? All right, down goes UO1, guys. So, and I'm sure it's taking 1K, U1K with it. A little bit. Well, I don't even know what to say. Carver, wow. It's a low float situation, 3.6 million in the float. I looked at this, you know, when I got up, I saw this. Okay, that's interesting. Couldn't see any specific news on it. Wow, look at CLIR. This was from, you know, this was in this one yesterday. Didn't really do much, but they had earnings after hours yesterday. Really a muted reaction. No big deal. Little bit of reaction in the pre-market, and now look at it. CLIR probably coming into resistance around 4. No, they can't be, Chris. That's why what I do, if you really want one, you pop it out. Pop it out. Okay, then it turns into a topless window. Then you can do all the customization you want. So if you really want to follow a sector, that's what you can do. All right, well, let's see. Well, the alerts have died down. Nothing. TPC, gap up and go. TPC, Tutor Parini. Gap up and go so far, but it's very early. Very early. So I like to sit out the first 15 minutes just to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, so some of these communication stocks that were just ripping yesterday, they're starting to give it up. This is INWK as an earnings play. They're not. I don't understand. What's happened here with SWBI? Have they gone back to their old name? Smith and Wesson, have they gone back to their old name or is... Ah, okay, thank you. Interesting. Now I can't even remember. They were American Outdoor something or other before. Yeah, look at the FMCI guys. I mean, this is super speculative. But if you believe that there's going to be a merger, it's not going to happen tomorrow. AOBC, that's right. Yeah, I mean they were Smith and Wesson for years and years, and they changed it AOBC. So that's not. I didn't know that. Yeah, there you go. They're stopped trading right there. Oh, it's quite a while ago. I missed that. I missed that press release. Yeah, so these communication stocks that were just absolutely ripping. Yeah, this is holding, guys. This has, again, I don't quite understand the disconnect now it has with U1. U1 just, speaking of it, U1 just resumed. Yeah, a little halt up. I think it really... Oh, is it really? Tattooed chef? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought it was Impossible Meat. I thought that's what Good was saying. Okay, thank you for that. But that's a rumor. I mean that's when I say rumor, I mean that's what they're trying to do. Nothing is settled. Guys, CLR, well, CLIR. I'm going to just call it clear, okay? I don't know why I'm having a tough time saying it. IMTE is halted, yes. It's halted 9:35. So we do have, this is one of the scans that I'm sharing, the halts resume scans, okay? So there it was halted at 9:35, 39 seconds after. So if this is going to be a 5-minute halt, which typically they are, it'll open at 9:40 plus 39 seconds. SPY is taking a little bit of a downturn. Boy, CLIR. What a rippage move now. Okay, so here's another little fin. COHN. Look at this one just popping here. Didn't see this in the pre-market really. Oh yeah, IMTE could be a really crazy one today. So there it's stacking up. You can see there's the halt at 8:48. This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, your broker will have something like this also. This is not Trade Ideas. So it's stacking up right now at 890, 890. The halt is at 8:48. It could be a really, really crazy one. Not done yet. Not shortable for me. Not that I want to, but CLI clear. Okay, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's see what is happening with NCLH after that pop. Okay, so it popped up. Now it's starting to sell off again, NCLH. Okay, this one just resumed. Oxbridge, another little fin. Yikes. Okay, there's a big pullback now for CL Clear. Okay, the market has just gone a little bit negative. SPY is just up barely. Dow was down a little bit. Again, we're getting this little disconnect with the techs. Techs are up. Okay, so this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now for INTE. Most of the time they're 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, then it's a multiple of 5. So this could be a 10-minute halt. So 9:45 plus 39 seconds could be when it opens. Just a volatility halt. Still seeing still strong. So the pullback. Let's see, what was the high in the pre-market? 549 takes out 550. I mean, look at all the room this has on that monthly chart, CLSN. Purple Innovations. Oh, it has some volume now. Sometimes this really starts slowly, but it has some volume. PRPL. Look at this. I mean, I think this probably had a symbol name change or something here. I don't know. Okay, so these are starting to fall now. Again, I don't see any specific news on these. The LMFAs, the OPHC, the CARVs, not specific news. No, it's okay. Yeah, I was looking for news too, and all these little banks. Purple on the move here. So again, this is not an all-time high. I think what's happened is they had maybe a symbol name change or something like that. Can't quite figure that out. I mean, look at that. That was not really trading for these months, going back to 2015. Let's see if it's still stacking up well. Extremely well. This is going to have an explosive open if this keeps up, guys. 916. It's halted at 848. So this is a little bit above where we saw it when it first got halted. So it could have an explosive open. Here's another one of these SPACs, guys. OPES. I have no idea what the rumor is with these guys in terms of who they might be looking at, but they're like FMCI. And it's a nice move. Great. I mean, look at the volume. 7.8 million in the float. How does that compare with FMCI? Yeah, so this is even this 20 million in the float. Okay, guys, there's IMTE open. Ah, I didn't get it. Shoot. I'm sure it's going to halt again. Almost said the word, not quite. Yeah, I might have to do a refresh then, Michelle. Do a refresh if you can't. Like, there's a beside the gear icon in the trading room. Maybe you have to do a refresh. You're the first person in a long time that talks about that. Ah, I'm so upset. I missed it by about a nanosecond, getting it around. I think it was 9:30. And that's the IMTE. Or even maybe just exit the room and come back in, try a refresh. Other than that, I don't. It's halted again. Pretty predictable. Meanwhile, FMCI, what's that OPES doing? Anybody know with who they may be looking at? IMTE is stacking up at, let's see, the halt was at 1012. So far, nothing fantastic yet. 1012, basically. Yeah, I basically manually do everything, Marcelo. I don't trade that much. Not in rare that I'll be even in more than 2 trades at the same time. So I mean, look, with the IMTE, you just have the feeling that traders are going to be piling into this one. I mean, they already are, of course. And I just tried to get it at 9:30. It just absolutely almost. It just went a little too fast. I say, okay, AG, are you talking? Is it Burger? Thank you, Nam KK. Okay, merging with BurgerFi. That's right. That's right. Somebody was telling me that's something we don't have in Canada. Sort of in Texas and those areas, BurgerFi. So are you talking about within AG? I'm sorry, within Interactive Brokers, AG? That accounts has fun getting rejection messages. Like what are you talking about? Yes, I do use. Okay, so that's within IB. I mean, obviously we have nothing to do. We have nothing to do with that. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to contact the broker. I mean, I'm sorry, I can't help you there. And I do use Interactive Broker for my trading. Yes. Guys, I'm just reacting a little poorly here. Look at FMCI, guys, just rippage. So a lot of people looking at this, of course, because of what happened with VTIQ. No, it's not trading under VTIQ anymore. Of course, it's NKTA merged, or NTKA, whatever it is. NKLA, thank you. NKLA. Okay, so IMTEE is open. Wow, the spread's only a nickel now. Okay. Just got halted again. Guys, you're on your own trading that one, okay? I'm just going to tell you right now. I mean, these are so speculative. Okay, now if you notice the AI has the alert at 936. Same industry as another one that is moving down, CXW. Okay, guys, AFH, fairly low float. It's just trying to get over $1 again. Now look at this one. I mean, if this is again another little, I don't know, it's a fin. I'm just going to call these things fins, okay, financials, and trying to get over $1 again. Look at the move. Yeah, keep an eye on the LMFA. The high in the pre-market is getting very close to it. Is 360 or so. It's a super low float. Okay, guys, it took it out briefly. Let's see if it takes it out one more time and just starts to move. I mean, look at all the room it's got. Let me just back this monthly chart out a bit. Check to see. So the resistance would be around 5 or so on the monthly chart. All right, guys. Well, I'm trading in and out of this LMFA, guys. I mean, you got to do what you have to do. Seeing if it can take out 4. To see if I'm just waiting to see if LMFA can take out 4. Yeah, it did show you won. Yes, Wolfhound. Okay, guys, I'm out of it now. I'm out completely out of the LMFA. I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 4 later on. I'm going to stick an alert up here. Just some scalping, really. Basically 351 to 371, but I'm really interested. It takes out 4. Which it might. I'm sorry, Wolfhound. I've got the last one was at the resume was at 9:53. MTE guys, it's screaming higher now. I'm going to stare at that $9.30 that I almost got for a long time. And it just got. Well, U1 is not halted now. It resumed at 9:53 Eastern Time. So I don't know why you're saying it's halted. I don't have it halted at IB. Another one that just opened, got it. Okay, so now this got halted on the way down. Now let's see if we can get a bit of a base as opposed to just a giant collapse of IMTE. No, I didn't. I don't think I said it anyway. There was the resumption right there. There's no halt after that. Yeah, Cohen is halted again. Yep. These are fast and furious. Opened, then halted. Resumed at 9:55:56. Less than a minute later, halted. All right, H&R Block on the way down here, guys. H&R Block, HRB, and what do we have here? Looking left, You know, it takes out 17. Did you just load it? If you just loaded it, you're not going to get all the previous ones. And had you saved my window before? Because if you saved it from last week, then it's a new symbolless name. Abdul, I'm talking to you. But had you saved it from last week, the windows from last week? So are you saying you loaded it from the channel bar? Doesn't make any sense if you did load it from the channel bar. You loaded it from the channel bar. There's no link for this. There's no link for this, okay, Abdul? There's no link that I send for this. So you must be. Okay, I don't send there is no link that I send for the watch list. No, you have to make the change yourself. It's not in the room drive. Okay, it is not in the room drive. And if it is, then it's got to be very old. Here are the scans. The watch list is, well, let me just do it. It's not supposed to be in the room drive anyway. The LMFA guys, it's not in the room drive. I mean, I'm just looking right there. Here are the scans that are in the room drive. My watch list up and down or anything like that is not in here. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's definitely not in there. I don't share this. This is not something that I send out. You have to load it from the toolbar, from the channel bar. New, channel bar, and then my windows. Okay, Barry's watch list. Shoot, I'm not in the LMFA anymore. I would be. I wanted to take it on a 4 break, but a little bit busy answering questions, which is okay. So look at that alert right there, 335, 439. Now you can have a copy. Well, it's actually in Lee. It's one of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, single stock window. So you can just have to. All you have to do is find it. It is one of the scan or one of the windows that I'm sharing. If you click on the scans. Well, I don't know if they are. I can't. There are no shorts available for me. So I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. There are shorts available. They must have just showed. Actually, there are a ton of shorts. So I don't know if people are. I'm not, but I can't tell you if people are. Oh, look at LX, Lexin FinTech, another one of these fins, just and through the 200-day moving average. Also, big deal right there for Lex, LX. Ugh. I'm surprised there are shorts available for that one. There are no shorts available for the for U1, but there are lots of shorts available for. However, it may be very difficult to get it. I'm sorry. Let me check the U1K. Yeah, I mean it's still up. Yeah, I mean it's still up. I don't quite get the disconnect. Well, that's why they're. Yeah, I mean Eric saying a lot of the ones that are halted have low floats. Well, the reason that's the case is because typically a low float stock, of course, will have those sort of moves that get them halted. A large float typically doesn't have those massive quick moves. Okay, Cone just opened, and rippage for Cone, COHN. Boy, lots of activity. I should be paying more attention now to my watch list. So OPS at 1789, it got up to 1932. Wow. LMFA 335, sitting at 440. This purple, I don't know if it's moved very much. Hasn't moved very much. And then FMCI earlier in 1952 got up to about a 50-cent pop. And then on the downside, USCR 2622 down to 26 now. Ah. All right, guys, I got out. I actually did short. I took the Holly short of the Geo, but I'm out of it now. Basically flat. Guys, okay. I mean, somebody asked about shorting you. I was surprised to find that there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers for U1K. Just doing a lot of. I have to do some of this stuff on my own, guys. It's too fast. I'm in and out. I'm in and out. Don't listen. Like, don't wait for me to tell you. Okay. I'm sorry. You can't wait for me to tell you what to do. I was just astonished to see I had shorts, and a lot of shorts. In fact, it's increasing a lot. There's a lot of short covering now. But thank you for pointing it out earlier. I never would have thought to look to see if it had shorts, to be honest. This one is not shortable. The U1. Yeah, it tanked, but I, I remember U1 doing kind of the same thing yesterday. I'm not saying this is going to do anything close to what U1 did yesterday, but it was all over the place. What traders are looking at is this, okay? They're looking way back here in this month of the merry month of May in 2018, and they're seeing $44. That's what they're seeing. And they're saying to themselves, I wonder. Well, the watch list actually is, look at OPS now, 1789, so there's 1950 now. Now it's getting a little more. Now it's getting a little more of a pullback. Now it's halted again on the way down. So this is not good. Okay, I'll give you that. This is not good. But believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert at 1337, the high of the day, and see if it takes that out later on. Meanwhile, a nice short from my watch list, 2622 for USCR, US Concrete, moving down. And the Dow is, the SPY is just barely positive. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this one. AFH, it's poking its head above that dollar mark. At least it did. You got as high as $1.04. It's a low float, 10 million in the float. Look at the volume, 17.7 million in the float, or sorry, has traded today. So it's traded 1.7 times the float. And of course, it's got room. I mean, look at this on the monthly chart. Meanwhile, H&R Block continues to move down. And OPES continues to move up. Yeah, for me in the Momo, it would really, for me to get interested in it, it would have to take 20 out. It's just that, I mean, it's not a nice looking daily chart at all. Look how choppy it is, up and down, lots of topping tails, bottoming tails. The weekly is looking the same. It would have to take 20 out And even then, I mean, it's just not a good looking chart for me anyway, Stella. Doesn't mean it's not going to do some crazy things, but all right, so now we're in bounce mode for U1K. Oh. I'm continuing to watch this AFH as it's just flirting with that dollar level. I want to see it really leave the dollar behind. That'll get a lot of people interested probably. A lot of people won't touch, like me, I don't touch anything under a dollar. Keep an eye on purple even. I mean, PRPL, keep an eye on it. If it takes out 19, I'm going to stick an alert right up here at 1904, the high. I mean, keep an eye, well, H&R Block, it's right at 17. Did get down to 1670. Oh, I see it's popped a little bit. Okay. Well, this is showing up. Look at this PRVB. The original alert was at 1481. 1481. Okay, so I do see, I'm going to point this one out. The CATS alert, the difficulty with it is can be extremely spready. That's from the AI, can be extremely spready. Now, it may not matter. Look at the room it's got, but it is extremely spready. The difference between the bid and the ask, that's what I'm talking about. Right now, it's 20 cents. Before I saw it was about 25. Hard to commit. I think something a little screwy there on the profit save. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. No, I'm right. It did get out very quickly. Yeah, it's very spready. You have to be careful. I mean, it's got a ton of room. IDEX. All right, yeah, IDEX is at a very, very key level here, 133, 135, so it's above the highs of those two monthly candles. So it's on a low float. I remember, was it you asking me, or somebody asked me about IDEX yesterday, I think. And I was talking about, for a dollar stock with 100 million in the float, it's pretty tough. But no question, it's moving. Lots of volume, but it does have 100 million in the float. Okay, well, FLGT was flying high in the pre-market, and is basically, once the market opened, is just giving it all up. Okay, I'm going to just take a look at Celsius here. As it's kind of basing just a little bit. This was a tremendous one from the basic yesterday. Kept running and running and running. Look at that run it had on that daily chart. And let me just check that weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. So you have to go back to 2017, October of 2017, to approach these levels. Not sure that's really going to stop it. Oh, I haven't seen this one for a while. I used to see this one, Peck. And look at this, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got for Peck. The weekly, the next high looking left on the weekly is around 6. This has just been halted. And this will be a good halt, it looks like. UNEC is... Ooh, it's really starting to move down again, guys. Yeah, still a lot of shorts available, but look at the PEC 550. It's stacking up. It got halted at 517. Electric power generation. Look at the room it's got. It's only 3.5 million in the float. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Get the question all the time, where's that Trade Ideas window? Okay, guys, 109 for me on the AFH, okay? I'm in that one. If it holds, as long as it holds 1. See if it has any sort of move in it, AFH. Whoa, and it got halted. All right, well, haven't been in a halt for a while. It just got halted. Well, usually the first halt is good. Usually. But, you know, there it is stacking up, so nothing fantastic yet in terms of how it's stacking up. But, you know, I'll have my finger on the sell button really quickly if I see something that I don't like, that's all. So I'm just going to have to watch it. So when was the halt? It was at 10:24:07, so 10:29:07. So 10:29:07 if it's a 5-minute halt. What we want to see, if you're in this with me, is this number going up, 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 up. Well, it's basically just a computer, okay? If a stock goes up too much in a short period of time, then basically a circuit breaker kicks in and it halts the stock. It's a volatility halt. It's not some guy sitting there going, yeah, I think I'll halt this stock. I mean, it's literally just it's generated by the system. And the theory behind it is allow the stock to have a breather. Wow, look at this one, guys. Look at MLND. I mean, look at the room, okay? This is on the weekly chart. Look at the room. It's cleared everything on the daily chart. Of course, a ton of room on the monthly chart too on a percentage basis. You know, maybe getting over 18 million is the float. I probably want a 3 break. I mean, you're chasing it now. I'm not saying to chase it, but look at the room it's got, MLND. Tick, tick. Let's see, what was it? 10, 24, 29. So 10:29 was 7. So a little less than 2 minutes for AFH to unhalt, to resume. If it's a 5-minute, probably be a 5-minute. Okay, why don't you just take our halts resumes? I know you're a subscriber, right? Why don't you just take this and you can follow along? But a lot of us are in AFH. Ooh. Well, good luck on that one. Of course, that one was the absolute insane one that got up to 129. So good luck. Fingers crossed, guys. 122, 122. All right, guys, 10:28. Because I just have to watch this. It could open in 7 seconds. It could open in 7 seconds. And it's open. All right, guys, I took some out at 129 just in case, okay? I took some out at 129 in case. And that's the AFH. That was exciting. All right, I'm all out of it, guys. Don't like the way it's trading. I might take a look at it again if it gets up over 130. So it didn't really explode. So 122, the last bit. So okay, your duo is trading. Or is it halted again? Nope. Just feel MV. Just feel on it. I mean, look, a stock that goes from. I mean, that's a big percentage gain. No, it's got nothing to do with that. It was just feel. See, now look at it. Now it's halted on the way down. When it didn't explode, and I mean explode, if it didn't get up to, like, I was looking, into the 140s or so, I thought, And then the minute it started moving down, I got out, so. Meanwhile, CLSN. Wow, I should still be in the short, but I'm not. U1K. Easy to get too. I mean, it's not down 10%, so easy shorts to get right now. Let's see how many. Yeah, there is some short covering still happening. Well, at IB I can tell. And if you're wondering how I know, because the shares available to short is increasing. Okay, so Michelle, if you have to do a refresh. I think you have to do a refresh. I think that's your issue now. Wow, 10:30 already. Okay, so what a morning again. Say that every morning, but it's true. If you have trade ideas, you can always find things to trade. So first of all, welcome to the room. If you are new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. You can also click on the Room Drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Scans that I share. Download. I'll go to a Word document. So if you see something that you like, in terms of the way I've named it, all you have to do is copy the link and then File, Load from Cloud, and paste the link right in here, and then load. And then it'll be on your screen. If you like it enough that you want to save it, don't forget to save it to the cloud then. People sometimes figure that once they've loaded it onto their screen, that now it's theirs. Well, it isn't until you save it to the cloud. Save your layout and all that. So make sure you save it to the cloud. The links that I'm going to talk about also, including our training links, our webinar links, and all those, that'll go to a Word document also, so you can take a look at them all later on. I'm going to talk a little bit about a subscription to Trade Ideas. There is a promo code right now, Barry4Alpha. All in capital letters, except for, of course, the numeric 4. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on the subscription link, you'll be brought to the subscription page, of course. Basically, we have 4 plans. The premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're getting our premium, it's because you want access to the AI. I'm going to go over that in a little bit. You don't have to start off with an annual plan or even a premium plan. You can try us out for a month. Standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, or the premium $228 less the 15%. The discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. Talk a little bit about some of the links. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week was actually just to stay in cash. Brokerage Plus intro. I don't talk about Brokerage Plus very much anymore. This is a great video that was done by Michael Noss. He's our Brokerage Plus and interactive broker expert in terms of how you can use them to trade. So I will encourage you to watch this video. It's about 27 minutes long, but well worth it. I'm going to pop this in here. Yeah, Michelle, I don't know why. We haven't had a problem with people not being able to see my screen for a long, long, long time. Must be something on your end. I don't know how to help you. Sorry, I really don't know how to help you. The only thing I can suggest, I don't know what browser you're using, but maybe use Chrome as your browser. But I honestly don't know how to help you. Continue down on the links. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. Kind of a summation of what's happened in the room up to that point. Wow. UNK. I'm looking back at my my scalp of it. That looks pretty terrible now. Here's a download. The latest version of Trade Ideas is here. The 20 short video lessons, I heartily recommend that everybody who is new to Trade Ideas, even if you're not new, but it's a great refresher. And even if you don't have Trade Ideas, but you're wondering, well, how hard is it to use, etc. These are great little, very short, sweet, to the point video lessons. Looks like this. What is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. Very, very good videos that were done. Training also. If you click on the training link, you'll also see that 20 video link, but there are other links for training called TI University and brand new to the market, back to basic webinar series. Okay. Also, here are all the webinars. They're all free. You can register for them all. They're all at 5 o'clock Eastern time. Today is Wednesday. This is the one that I attend. This is the Q&A session with Dan and Brad. I attend that one. I don't talk, but I help out text or answer posts. Next test drive. Click on that link right there. The next test drive. We do this 4 times a year. The next one should be in August. The test drive for $8.99. We give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. So if you want to be notified when the next one is exactly, just fill this in and then you'll get an email. We just completed one in May. Had over 4,000 people sign up, a huge record for us. And ebooks. We have some ebooks, some swing trading setups and all. They're all generated from within Trade Ideas. These are not third party. And if you're a Mac user, this is a PC-based program, but there are ways in which you can use it. If you're a Mac user, you click on that link. It'll show you how. I want to go over now the AI. It's possible, Michelle. It's possible. Wow, look at Cone. Unbelievable. I sort of was dismissing this one at my peril. Look at this one. And it's, that's why. You know what? I read that wrong. I thought there was 669 million shares in the float. 669,000. So this is why this is doing the crazy thing that it's doing today. Wow. Okay, so I want to talk about the AI. So the AI works in this fashion. So basically we have 50 baseline strategies. AI waits for the market to close every day, so has access to the latest market data. And this is not one of the AI strategies, but takes a look at all the filters that are in place, makes adjustments maybe to the values that are in place, takes a filter out, adds one in, runs through what we call an optimization procedure, runs through all 50 strategies like that. Tomorrow, well, these are the ones that made the cut today. These are the strategies out of the 50 that made the cut today because they had the right profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones will make the cut because, again, it takes today's data and runs through the backtesting procedure. If you have the AI, what I would do, I wouldn't load it from the channel bar. I would load it here. If you click on New, AI / Holly Strategy Trades window, then this window will pop up. And then at the beginning of the day, of course, it'll be blank. But you can actually incorporate this AI window into your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Just incorporate it into your layout. And what you man, what a you have, you know, if you saw my account where I shorted this one and covered, oh, man, left a lot on the table. Okay, what you see here is Brokerage Plus, and to load Brokerage Plus, just click on New and Brokerage Plus. I do not talk about how you can trade using Interactive Brokers anymore because the video will explain all of that. So all I basically do is show the simulator. This is what you can use to paper trade. If you're a new trader, I absolutely recommend that you use our simulator to paper trade. It works off our real-time data. Doesn't matter what broker you have. So what scans are you talking about? Any scan at all? Well, my scans are here. The Room Drive icon, they're all here. Just click on that and scans that I share. Download, okay? And they're all the scans I'm sharing. The only one that isn't there is my Windows, okay? In order to get my watch list, you have to click on New, Channel Bar, and then Barry's Watch List. Okay, that'll give you these three. All the other scans, though. Okay, so if the Room Drive icon, or click on the Scans tab within the trading room, you'll see all the Scans tab, or click on the Room Drive icon. It looks like a half-open folder. If you click on that, it says Scans that I share, download. And they go to a Word document. So you can use this as a simulator if you're new to trading. Practice trading. You know, let's take a trade right now, CLSN. How good is AI? Well, I mean, everybody uses the AI in different ways, okay? I use that as a watch list. I mean, you know, I can't tell you how good the AI is. I mean, everybody uses it in a very different way. You know, I have a very specific price range that I like, and so I don't know how to. I mean, basically, you load it, and here's your entry, and here's your stop price, and you can manage the trades as you see fit. Well, I got lucky in NetSquire. I mean, I don't normally, you know, just a second here. I've got some Bluetooth stuff that's been happening this week. I got lucky in the. I don't look to trade halts. You know, I mean, I'm interested. You know, when stocks get halted, I don't look to trade them. I just got lucky with the AFH that got in before the halt. I mean, I don't look to trade halts as such. No, Marcelo, you can't customize it. You just have to let the alerts happen as they come in. If you see something, if something makes sense to you, you look at the chart, you get the alert. That's why, some people are so desperate that they think they have to get the alert or they have to take the trade right at the alert price. I rarely do that. There's always time. Well, it depends what you mean by how you start. Are you Kriko, are you new to trade ideas, or are you new to trading completely? I don't know how to answer that, Sweet Lou. I've never connected to paper trading with IB. I've only used. I've never found it that slow. I mean, look, what if I'm going to paper trade something? I'm looking at the time and sales, and when I paper trade something, it seems to get me in exactly where I'm thinking it should. So I'm not sure what to. I just haven't experienced that. Well, this did not work at all. INWK. I thought maybe this would have some traction based on but I guess those silly communication stocks that did wonderfully yesterday. This was part of them. Had earnings. I think if this had earnings yesterday, released yesterday, it probably would have had a bit of a rip. So Crico 10, I don't know if you can hear me. I basically asked the question, when you say you're new, are you new to trade ideas or are you brand new to trading completely? There are no shorts available. Of course, it's a long alert. It's a long alert for what? In fact, let's take the trade. Okay, just to do the paper trade on it. Let's just show you, and I want to just see. Take 300 shares. I'm going to go in at the market. Yeah. Okay. So when I did the market was at 307, so it took it right there. That's real time. So that's an example of, this is the paper trader in action right now. Doesn't matter what broker you have, it's using our real-time data and just demonstrating. Now, if I wanted to put I'm sort of doing this in reverse, but when you get into a trade, you should always have a stop in place. So I'll put a stop at 3, okay? So all I have to do is right click, add the stop order, put it at $3. And notice there's a stop right there, $21. If I let it go down to $21, I'd lose, or sorry, $3, I'd lose $21. Okay, I can put a target if I want. I typically don't put targets, but just to demonstrate how you can add a target order. Let's just say I wanted to put a target of 330. So now you see it right there. There's the target. So if I allowed all this now to run, I guess we'll call it an auto fashion, take me out at 3, it would do it automatically, and I'd lose 21. If I allowed it to take me out at 330, I'd be up $69, okay? And you can move these up and down. If I want to, I can use this like a trailing stop. Keep moving the stop right on the chart. Yeah, if you're trying to scalp, I mean, there I don't know, Sweet Lou. I mean, we're not as, yeah, it may not be good for scalping. I have no idea. Meanwhile, what is happening with VNET? Look at this. So there's a nice alert, 1592. 1631 now, straight up basically, almost a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for VNET. Wow. Yeah, halted on the way up again. What a day. And, the market's really not doing much. So, we're not getting really market help or hurt. It's just Trade Ideas showing us great, great ideas. I mean, that's why it's called Trade Ideas. Yeah, there definitely seems to be the effect, doesn't it? Jim, are you forcing me to put Hertz up? Oh my gosh. Look at the volume that is just coming into Hertz, guys. HTZZ. Look at the volume. 15 million shares. Basically half the volume of the day is right here on that 15-minute candle. Well, I'm sure. I mean, look, they talked about floating a $1 billion financing and all, but I don't know if there's something specific right now. But you know what? There's your news. There's your news. Whatever it is, there is your news. It depends on how it clears it, Coog. I mean, I will probably never take a stock like you're talking three. I won't take it probably a 301 or 302. Probably depends on the price of the stock, of course, but maybe 305, 307, 8, something like that. Just like to see it clear that whole number a little bit. But again, it's not, it's not scientific. It's not that okay every time the stock gets to say a nickel or 6 cents above. I mean, if it is 15 or 15-minute candles in a row up and I'm chasing, of course I'm not going to do it. It's just a feel thing also for me, okay? It's kind of a it's why it's not rule based or anything like that. It's just more of a feel. And the other thing is, what sector is it in? If it's in for whatever reason a really hot sector today, then it might not matter as much. What's the market doing? The overall market doing if it's not in a hot sector? Been talking about ENPH all day. Yeah. All right. So if you're wondering what the difference between these two, other than the name, it says no repeat. Surprised nobody's asked me that so far, but you notice here that it says VNet. You're going to see it over and over again as if it keeps making new highs. Here you only see it the very first time we got the alert. So I like arranging it like this. It's the same with these two or these three, because now I can kind of go back and say, okay, there was the original alert. It was at 1028. The price was 1592. What has it done since then? So you can kind of go back and check to see what sort of action there was since. Obviously with the IMTE, I mean, it got up to 1342 before it pulled back, but personally, I use a dollar amount, Marcelo. Okay, is it Marcello or Marcelo? Either way, okay. I'll go. I like Marcello. It sounds more. I don't know why. So the blue arrows that you see when you click on an alert, you get a blue arrow. Okay. It's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened. So when I click on AIMT, and the different, and of course, excuse me, you'll have the different time frames. So there's the 5-minute candle it happened on, and there's the 15-minute candle it happened on. This has got nothing to do with the AI. Nothing to do with it. Well, it may not even get going again. Oh, you're right. Sorry. I didn't realize it had come back. Well, let's take a look at the weekly chart. Let's take a look at the weekly chart looking left. Yeah, it's hard. So I do see a high in the monthly chart of 130, and that kind of where it's got to. Right there, that monthly chart right there is, sorry, right there. That's back in, it's back about a year ago. So I mean that might stall it. It might keep stalling right there. I mean if it can take that out on the monthly chart. Meanwhile, Cone is wow. Even I'm amazed. I mean I've been in the market for a few years, but it's just amazing when you see these sort of moves. Out of nowhere. I mean this, who knew this was going to happen today? And when I say that, there was no clue ahead of time, the previous days. I mean, look what it was doing. I mean, nothing. Oh yeah, time to sail like a hawk when I'm in a trade. All right, here's the next one, guys. Again, Finn Investment Advice Medley Management, MDLY. This is just at $1. Boy, doesn't it look like AFH? And look at AFH. So listen, I mean, it's taken out that monthly high. So the next high looking left is 251. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Look at the volume, 40 million shares, 4 times the float. So will Medley do the same thing? MDLY, it just got halted. It's a low float, also 5.5 million. The other one was about 4 million, right? So it's another low float. Doesn't this actually is a cleaner looking chart than the AFH? Maybe not. It's hard to say. I mean, but definitely when this opens, see what's happening is that people who missed out on the AFH, they're going to be looking at, okay, what could be the next one? And so all of a sudden, this one is popping up on a lot of people's scanners, not just within this trading room. And it's just a matter of where is it going to open when it comes out. It's not stacking up. Okay, so again, I took this trade. I went in at the market, and the market was 605, 606, and it got filled right, at 606. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about scalping and all, but one moment, please. And these are hotkeys, so You can get out of a position just by flattening it. You can get out of half your position. You can double your position. So these are hotkeys. All depends on how it opens. It's not... Somebody asked about Momo earlier. Well, it's now really rocking. But 20 could be the pulled back. Almost a night, well, not quite to 19. Okay, so Rick, I'm gonna have to give you a link for the training for the room, okay? I know it's a little confusing, so I'm talking to somebody else outside the room, okay? So come into the trading room, okay? Just sign up right there. I just put it underneath. And because I can't share all this in the YouTube feed. I mean, I'd like to, but I'm just, it just doesn't work. So, but if you come into what you're seeing here, okay, I can share. And now it's open. So what is it going to do? Whoa, you know, it's funny. It wasn't stacking up like that. And this could get halted immediately again. And there's the medley. Meanwhile, CLSN. And, you know, understand what's going on also. We're not getting any help from the market. Market's doing nothing. You know, these are all trade ideas zeroing in on stocks that are moving. You know, they don't care what the market's doing. Meanwhile, VNet continues to move here. It still has, let's see, if you look left on the daily, you see 1653, so that could stall it for a bit. So Paul, do you have this? The basic new highs and lows? Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can do it, okay? Because you might want to do the no repeat on other types of alert windows too, okay? So the first thing you do is you right click and duplicate the window, okay? So when you duplicate the window. Once you've done that, then right click, properties, don't repeat. This is a drop down, so you just check the drop down, don't repeat symbol 4, and here's a big drop down menu. And I've clicked on for a day. Then you say okay, and that's it. Now give it another name. You should, give it another name. That's what I did. Just give it another name so you know it's different from the other one. Okay? Now you can do it with, and the reason I did that for you or showed you, because I really, really like the don't repeat side by side, the fast moving windows, just so you can kind of see, okay, great, this is fast moving, but when was the first alert? Because a lot of times what happens is I could go back and look at this 1931. I could say, okay, it hasn't moved yet. It hasn't moved yet. The alert was at 10:51. That's about 20 minutes away or before. It hasn't moved yet. So there could still be time maybe to get into this if I wanted to. I don't like, I don't, well, I like the weekly if it can clear 1952. Or so. I'll just stick a price alert right around there. Takes that out later on because, I mean, you can see if it takes that out, look at all the room it's got. I'm afraid to look. Wow. It's funny because I didn't think it was going to have this sort of a move when I was looking at how it was stacking up. There was really nothing. This is on the first halt. But look at the room. You'll hear me say this all the time. Look left on the higher time frames. Look at that weekly. Look at the daily, the monthly. Look how much room this stock has in theory to keep moving if it wants to without running into any resistance on the charts. You know, this, now the other thing too is if you have this basic new highs and lows, now I did make an adjustment to it, okay? I put the count at 60. Now the count used to be 30, so you might be getting some more alerts than I am or earlier. And they could be working very well today, I don't know. But I did put it to 60. Now you don't have to do that, but meanwhile, look at Graph. What are you doing? Guys, I have to take just a pause. I have to get some water, okay? So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Well, I'm not saying, when I say there's a gap, I'm not saying it's going to fill the gap completely. You know, I may not do anything, but at least I know that I don't have to worry about a lot of chart resistance. You know, anybody up here who's still up here, yeah, sure, they're probably looking, oh man, you know, I'm going to sell some here. I mean, listen, who knows the psychology of what's going on in people's minds if they were up here and they held on through all this, which they shouldn't have, but they, you know, if they did. I don't, when I say there's a gap, I don't mean it's 100% it's going to get filled. Of course not. All I mean is that I don't have to worry. What if, in this monthly chart, so I'm looking at CLSN right now. If this was right up here, I'd be looking at that going, well, it's going to be really tough to get through that resistance. That's all. Look at AFH. No, no, I like to take the chart resistance out of the equation. You know, I mean, again, I'm certainly not suggesting it's going to get up to 305 today or any day, but at least I don't have to, again, I'll just, hammer the point home, not just to you, but to anybody, trying to maybe understand what my thought process is in looking left. If all of this right here was right here, okay, it doesn't mean 100% that it's not going to get through it, but it could really struggle if all this was right here to get through it. Right now, it's just clear sailing. I mean, there's a million other reasons why it won't keep going up, but at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. What a day, man, oh man. I'm really actually surprised at the AFH. I'm surprised because I thought when it pulled back to $1, under $1 again, I thought that was it. It just didn't have that feel for me anyway, that it was, do something like this after pulling down underneath $1. Meanwhile, CLSN, rippage. Welcome to the room. I don't want to get typecast with having only one favorite saying. Now, just a comment on why I upgraded. I raised the counts from 30 to 60. So, and what the count is, basically, for instance, CLSN, when you see the count is 134, that means it's made 134 new highs. Okay, 134 new highs. So a stock that's making new high after new high is just another way of looking at momentum. So I raised it from 30 to 60 because I wanted to see. Let me back this up. Originally, this window here was really just going to be used for 130 on. What was happening, you'd see a stock that was ripping, and then it would fall back a little bit, and then maybe just snooze for a long time, and then all of a sudden traders would get interested later on and pop it. So if I saw something like that on volume, it usually turned out to be a pretty good trade. So this was really just to find stocks later on in the day. But then I thought over the weekend, well, is there a way that maybe I can find the stocks early in the day too, and also late in the day? So that's why I raised it to 60. The reason being is that at 30, what would happen, I was finding, and today it may not matter, but what I was finding is that at the beginning, you're getting 30, but then it was pulling back and just jumping all over the place. I thought maybe raising the count to 60 would identify a stock that is in a really, really strong trend. Well, you can actually ask me directly, Mike. You don't, but I'll let somebody else answer the question. So I'm only using Trade Ideas as my software for scanning, and I have an Interactive Brokers account. And that's just grumpy being grumpy. You kids, yes, thank you for that. Yeah, but Fox, I shouldn't say yeah, but a lot of it's a psychology. First of all, I mean, if you held a stock and you allowed it to, basically almost wipe you out, and then you see it start crawling back, you may think, oh my gosh, if it ever gets back to my break even point, I'll get out. Okay, and if they, if a lot of people are still stuck at the top, but listen, if all sorts of different interpretations, that's the way I interpret it, and you can interpret it a different way if you'd like. Okay, what is this one doing? Pay. Oh, wow. I decided also, I know I'm going to confuse the heck out of people, but I decided, okay, this is the don't repeat on the short side. I was more interested on the long side. That's why, but look, but some of them have been unbelievable. Look at that alert at 10:17. It's 9:66 now, and easy to short. Yeah, shorts available. It's not down 10%. So that's another thing to look at. Okay, now I'll be very surprised if this recovers, but you never know. MDLY, kind of has done what the AFH did, here. Okay, just a minute, please. And of course, now it is halted on the way down. So, all right, this one. Okay, this is another little fin, but no volume. Okay, I just noticed it got halted. Okay, so MDLY now has resumed. Now, will it bounce hard off one? So let's go back in time a little bit. So there's a Celsius alert at 5:58, got up to almost $1 above it. Has VVNT moved at all? This is the one that's been on my watch list forever. VVNT. And a beautiful look. I mean, look at that. Look at that out of consolidation and on some volume. Can it keep going? If this holds, guys, I mean, this could have a big, big move. Again, look left. Look left on that weekly chart. Look at the room. Look at the room it's got. Um, Maybe not in the way you think, Travis. I'm going to show you some of the option filters that we have. Okay. And so it might help you to identify stocks that you want to trade the options in. Okay. So I'm just going to show you. Somebody mentioned IDEX earlier on in the YouTube feed. Good for you. Who was that? Who was that? That was Peter. Good, nice one, Peter. So here are the option filters that we have. Okay, so I'm going to right click, configure. I'm going to type in options. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. You know, the put call ratio. The option volume, that's the average option volume over the last 10 days, total contracts, puts and calls. This is, of course, today's. Put volume today, call volume today. Here's the key metric that may help you decide if you want to trade the options. Options volume today %. So what that means is if you use that, let's just say I put 200% in here. So let's just say a stock has traded 2,000 contracts on average over the last 10 days. For you to see that stock, it's going to have to trade double that, 4,000 contracts. Okay, so it's basically zeroing in on abnormal option activity in terms of the, you know, the volume of options. So that may or may not help you trade the options. Okay? I don't trade options, so I have no firsthand knowledge how that would work exactly, trading options. But it seems to me that, I mean, at least you're able to find stocks that are active option-wise in an abnormal sense. Yes, it's halted on the way down. Yep. Lots of halts. Boy, this halts resumes has been super active the last, I don't know, 3 weeks. Look at all the halts resumes. You know, there used to be days where you get 1 or 2 or none. Okay, so this is in that, this was sort of a bit of a late bloomer here. Didn't really do that much yesterday, IDEX, but this is in that sector, you know, cable and other subscription programming, all those media, crazy media stocks that went nuts yesterday. But they've given most of it up. Well, we have a lot of, okay, there is a swing, not that it's not too active today. We do have a swing trading tab that you can click on. People will talk about swing trading. But the idea is this, is that, again, I am more of a day trader, 100%. But when I look at, you know, look at VVNT, it's been in my watch list forever. Can you see the room it could possibly have to keep, you know, it's been coming back. So, I mean, if you like, you know, just because this gets alerted sort of on an intraday signal, if you like what you see, you know, there's no reason why, you know, you couldn't swing it if you wanted to. This is not it's not a recommendation or anything like that, but we have swing traders in the trading room for sure. I mean, that's why I always have this daily, weekly, and monthly chart up all the time. Even though I am basically an intraday trader, you know, some things are just going to catch my eye and say, that could be a really interesting swing based on how much room. You know, I'm always looking at the 200-day moving average, making sure that's not going to potentially stall. How bad is the halt? Well, so far not horrible. I mean, it's you're asking where's it stacking up? 149, 149. So it's not horrible. what are they? 11:28. So 11:33:04. So in about less than a minute, it should open if it's a 5-minute halt. So this is, you'd like to see it hold if you're in it. Keep an eye on CLIR. Look what's kind of happening here. It's kind of resting a bit. This is kind of what I was talking about this, the basic new highs later on in the day. So here's, this is an earnings play actually. So, if this kept snoozing here for a long time, then all of a sudden you get some volume. You're going to get people excited in it again. I mean, this hit $4. Well, I can't make any recommendation like that. Huda Deutschland. Okay, I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot. You have to. I mean, if you have a stop in place, I don't know where you're in. All I can tell you is that have your finger, on what you're going to do immediately on that open. But I can't recommend. I cannot make a recommendation like that. I'm sorry. Well, just watching that CLIR. I'd love for it to just stay here for a long time. Meanwhile, AHPI, rippage, what are you doing? Okay, AHPI, what is it? Surgical medical, so it's not one of those fins, okay. Okay, I see AFH opened. Well, it didn't collapse completely. But I don't know where your stop is. Like where would you play? Where you placed your stop so that if it hit that price, you'd get out. So it's the only thing I would say is that obey your stop. Well, I haven't said this for a while, but you guys, you get into a low float situation or really any stock, I don't care, any of these ones that are moving wildly, you cannot go out, walk the dog, go down, make yourself a pizza, homemade pizza like a lot of us are doing now, and then come back in an hour and when you're in one of these things, okay, you just cannot do that. You have to be watching. Oh, XRF. This was, let's see, this was when China was, all these China stocks were going crazy. Yeah, Pulse is actually in my watch list, Fred. It hasn't triggered yet because, yeah, the volume isn't there. It just isn't there. So what you're seeing here in the watch list up and down, I have a watch list. I have a top list window that has, I don't know, maybe 25 stocks in it. These are the ones that have triggered from the watch list, from that watch list window. Okay, because they've got the right or they've met the filter requirements. One of them being, a minimum volume. So even though Pulse, PLSE, is actually on my watch list, it's not, it won't trigger unless the volume really picks up. I think I have a minimum of 150,000 shares, I think. Yeah, 150,000 shares. The current volume has to be seen. Current volume is sneaking in. And the other one is, it is above yesterday's high, but the volume is just too light. I mean, I don't want every stock to trigger from my watch list. The whole idea of this was, especially for newer traders, is to get them used to just looking at a few stocks over the course of the day. This is nice. This is turning into a nice bounce play now. USCR, United States Concrete. Zach, you're a funny man. Yeah, NCLH. I mean, it's not a bad little pattern to that it's coming out of here. A little bit of consolidation. I'd love to see more volume though in it. Not overall volume, but just to see a little bit of a volume burst to take this out. I mean, they really, they came out with their news that they're extending the until September. They've added 2 more months. They thought they'd be taking bookings. I guess will that be? I guess end of August. I'm sorry, July. I guess, but they've extended it now to the end of September. Boy, there's VNE. What a beautiful. I mean, look at this, guys, on the 5 minute chart. I mean, it's it's a chase, of course, on the 15, but it has been straight up on the 15. A little pause here, a little pause here, a little pause here. That's it. No big, wide 5 minute candles that can knock you out of the trade. Okay, guys, this is it must be I want to say an IPO. Is this an IPO today? LGHL? I don't understand what's going on. This cannot be an IPO. I don't know what. In fact, this is not even loading. This is not loading into my IB, so I don't know what's going on with this one. We have it as something, but it's not loading into IB. Anybody know what's going on with LGHL? I know it's in halt, but when I click on it, it doesn't load into my order entry. IB is not recognizing this as a symbol. No, sorry. Really? Oh, it just loaded. It just loaded. Trust me. You have to trust me. It didn't load before for me, but it just loaded now. Okay, that's the reason then. This must be the new symbol. This will be the new symbol. Thank you, Money Never Sleeps. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it right now? I'll be taking my break pretty soon also. Be back about, say, 1:45-ish. Oops, wrong. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, well, no, I think it's trading. I think maybe it's the other way around. I mean, it's definitely trading as LG, LG. I'm sorry, whatever it is, LGHL. It's definitely trading. Yeah, no, this is not. So maybe it's the reverse you're thinking. Yeah, a lot of those stocks are moving. Let's see what ACOM is doing. ACM, yeah, a little bit down, but you're right. It's funny though. U.S. Steel is not. U.S. Steel is getting kind of thumped this morning. Underneath 10 again. Now, this was a disappointment yesterday for me. This IDYA, it had some news, but it sold right off. I mean, it hit 1547, got all the way down to 11. It did recover a bit. Hey there, Mr. Mike. Guys, it's happening maybe a little too soon for me, but CLIR is starting to move, but no volume yet. Remember, I keep waiting for, get a volume bar. I mean, right, like see the volume is, but it's moving. Now, all of a sudden, we may get a lot of volume coming in. This is an earnings play, so it's going to be active. Obviously, it already is active. Basically, trading double the float. Yeah, Hertz got halted on the way down. So the big flurry of excitement up here. Now it's halted on the way down. Yes, it is halted on the way down again. Yes. Do I input my own technical signals or do I just rely on the software? I guess I'm going to say just rely. You mean, do I have any outside tech? Like, what's technical signals are you talking about as an example? Give me an example. I mean, we have the 200-day moving average, we have the VWAP, things like that. So, but that's all generated from within the software. Well, we do. I don't. Okay, but that's just me. But we do have stochastics and RSI. This is what we have for RSI. We do have stochastics. Oops. We do have MACD, but I don't use them. That's all. I mean, but we do. They're available. I'm a pretty simple trader when it comes to stuff like that. I just look at really volume, price and volume, with an eye on where the support and resistance, what I see anyway on these longer term charts, mainly because because I'm a momentum trader and most of the things I'm looking at are near the highs or lows of the day. I'm not having to worry about any intraday resistance. So that's why I'm always looking at these longer term time frames. I'm saying, okay, great, it's made a new high for the day. Where could it go from here? I used to have way more indicators that I would be paying attention to, but I just found it was just got too confusing for me. I don't draw any resistance lines before the day starts. If you're wondering, these lines here, these are probably from previous, like who knows when. All right, guys, I will be taking my break in about 2 minutes or so. And for those of you who are interested in more talking about Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers and auto trading and things like that, you can go to the YouTube feed. Michael Noss will be in there starting at noon. Okay, and he is definitely our expert in all of that stuff. So I'll give you the YouTube feed. So I would encourage you, yes, I'm going to give you the link right now. As you can see, I'm not into auto trading very much at all. Okay. But if you're into that, definitely Michael Noss is our absolute expert, and he'll be taking over the YouTube feed in about, actually he told me he'll start at around 11:55. I don't know if he'll be live at 11:55, but certainly noon. Okay, noon Eastern time, of course. So I'm just going to put my announcement here. So I'll be back in this room. I'll be back in this room at 12:30. Okay. All right, Michael, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, I am going to stop streaming right now. So I've stopped.
Chose a gun and threw away the sword. Now these towns, they all know our name. Six gun sound is our claim to fame. I can hear them say, bad company, and I won't deny. Bad company, till the day I die. Yeah.
All right, everyone. Let me get everything set up. Let me know if you can hear me and see me okay. Let me listen to myself here for a second. Possibly. Someone can let me know in the chat if you can hear me or I was. Oh, there we go. I can hear myself there. Hey, Mike C. How's it going? So let me just start by introing what it is that we're looking to do here while I look at, hold on, DraftKings for my live account on another screen. Looking interesting. Loud and clear. Perfect. So what we do here is we give Barry a much needed vacation, much needed time off. Give him an hour just to breathe and get something to eat. And we come in, we dedicate an entire hour to support from different traders that work at Trade Ideas doing different things. If you don't know who I am, the name's Michael, and I'm Bonpara here on Twitter and YouTube. And I focus a lot on kind of the algorithmic and the statistical side of things that you see at Trade Ideas. So Brokerage Plus and the back tester and building strategies for Holly and things like that. So that should give you a little bit of an intro and kind of what you expect to see here. So please ask questions. This is the last little kind of housekeeping ramble that I do. Everyone that you see on these Q&A sessions are all traders, and we do other things for Trade Ideas as well. So we kind of come into these a little unprepared. So anytime you have a question, this is the best place to just chat about it, and then you have to hear me waffle on about things a little bit less. So we already have one from Mike C. Let me read this here. Hey, Michael, I have yet to research this, but some understanding that swing traders use a cross above a 0 for MACD as a bullish signal. I have yet to see Trade Ideas filter that comes close to this. So if I remember correctly, what is MACD 0 line cross? Let me take a look here. So I think the 0 line, so I guess the first question, Mike, is are you talking about the histogram on the MACD, or are you talking about the two moving averages? Because I believe the histogram line crossover is a 12 EMA and a 26 EMA. We don't really have either of those in the system right now, but we could come up with something relatively close. So yeah, I guess the question is, well, if I click on this, we'll make it big. Are you speaking of, let me get my pen here, when the histogram turns positive, or when those two lines cross as well? Because to note, in a MACD, essentially what this histogram is here is a histogram showing the differences between these two lines. So a histogram cross to 0, you'll see happens at the exact same time that these two lines cross. And that's kind of the main difference there. 0 baseline histogram. Yeah, so this histogram will cross at about the same time these two moving averages cross, which we can't build exactly into the system, but we have, so we can't do a 12 and a 26, but we do have a, as I'm sure you know, we have a 10 and a 20, and that's going to get you close. The difference between EMAs and SMAs, which we're always debating about adding EMAs. They just cost way more in computing power, and to be honest, we don't think there's a huge benefit to them, but we can do a 10 SMA cross. What I will say about the studies that I've done on MACD, which again, you're talking of basically a 1020 cross, was that it worked very, very rarely. So something like a DraftKings or something right here, if we do, let's just add these to the charts. Let's make this, what was it, a 12 EMA and a 26? And we are working to expand out some of these EMA things as well, just FYI, or the indicators. So that was a 26, and let's make that one red. All right, so on stocks like this, the strategy actually worked pretty well. On a really good trending stocks, you know, this point right here would have been your MACD cross, right? From that zero line cross would have happened right there, and you can see that would have worked. And same with like stocks like Tesla. Where you got killed a lot was in choppy stocks, and can't really think of an example right now. I'm actually going through my swing trading list. I see on another screen. Oh, that would have actually done okay. Yeah, so you would have gotten chopped up a bit here. You would have bought here, right? Sold down here, and then bought again up here, and maybe still have been long. So if you're trying to build some sort of moving average crossover strategy, which is what a MACD is, and there's nothing wrong with moving crossover strategies, but when it comes to studying on how these work from a day trading point of view, I don't think moving average crossovers are kind of fast enough to play with too much. From swing trading point of view, you can certainly do it. I would just add something additional to this to say, well, I also want the trend to exist. And let me show you something I'm working on now that may give you an idea of how to do that. And this is something that I'm testing. So again, if you guys are new here, essentially what I do a lot of is building algorithms for Holly. So the algorithms that you see within Holly, I've built a fair amount of them, and I'm always working to build more. So what I do is I test them, and then I come over here to my demo account, and I actually run them live. So this is one that I'm running live right now to test. And the reason I bring this one up, let me bring a couple stocks here. It didn't work, obviously, the last day or two, but you see that let's just go through this list of what it bought the other day. All right, you can see that most of these stocks are in a pretty good relative, except that one, uptrend. Until they broke down to hit the MA. So what I would suggest doing, and how I got this mic, was I used what we call a linear regression divergence filter, which is way scarier sounding than it actually is. If anyone really remembers stats class, if I bring this down to like a 0.2, you're going to see that everything's going to be pretty insane. So what this filter is basically, again, anyone who's an actual stats major, I'm sorry, but if you mark all of the closing prices and say they went like that of a stock, and then remember you would have to draw your line of best fit through. This is basically trying to make sure that that line of best fit is relevant to, it's pretty steep, right? It's steep enough that you could consider it a uptrend. The other way that I've used kind of moving crossover strategies and made sure that they made sense was more about, let's just end, I messed something up there, I don't know what it is. But it was basically a way to make sure that these moving averages were, quote unquote, stacked, so that one moving average was on top of the other. And I built a custom for that. Let me share that with you, Mike, and see if that helps you out too. Let me just take this off screen just to see if I'm signed in. I basically only use this Parallels version for working on scans and demoing to you guys. It's the only thing I actually do on my physical computer that's not cloud-based in any way. So what I would do is take a look at, I think I just called it stacked MAs. Take a look at this custom right here, Mike, and see. Basically what this is saying is that the 20 period MA needs to be above the 50 period MA, and that 50 period MA also has to be above the 200 period MA. So you're making sure that the moving averages have this kind of fanned out look that is, it's just mathematically generated by a stock and a trend. And then from there, try to build another custom like that says the 10 SMA and the 20 SMA are really, really close. And then you'll probably get a lot of scans of stocks that are about to cross the zero line in an uptrend. And that will get you close. And then actually, let me see, because I have played with this as well. And I apologize if I'm not either answering your question or just on an absolute tangent. No, it's not there. Hold on, let me check another account. See if I have this one on my live account. I can only preview some of this for you just because some of this is related to what I'm trying to do with the swing Holly that we're going to eventually roll out. Yeah, so I did this one as a MACD crossover. I don't know how it's testing now. It was a 2-day close, and I put the stop at yesterday's low. Let's run that. Yeah, so I guess long and short answer is I've looked into it. I've looked into MACD a lot. It works just like any other moving average crossover strategy, which is to say, in trending markets, moving crossover strategies kill it, and they do very, very well. I know a guy that basically for a living, all he does is a basic 10-20 moving average crossover strategy, but where he kind of makes the strategy work is because we know a MACD strategy just put on all stocks just won't work. It will lose money over time. But what he does a good job at trying to do is basically by saying, okay, which stocks do I think are going to continue to trend or are trendy, basically. So what he'll do is he builds a list of stocks that trend well, and then, or things that he thinks will trend well, and then he plugs in this moving average crossover strategy into his own symbol list, and it just tells him, yeah, DraftKings or something that we've done has produced a really good kind of trade there. So again, I hope that makes sense. It's kind of rambly, but I hope that helps in some way. And I appreciate the question, which is why I'm rambling. The more questions I get, the less I'll ramble. Is there an RSI cross above 30? I can't find one. So you could find stocks that are, very close to 30, but there is not an alert to cross over 30. What you may want to take a look at, and again, this is going to be, I hope people get mad when I bash indicators, but all they are is mathematically derived from price. So you'll notice that these stochastic crossovers, the above 20 and below 80, are going to line up pretty well to RSI. They're kind of looking at the one, they're kind of looking at the same kind of overbought, oversold, kind of within bounds. And we can go from there. Share the scan I just did. Yeah, the return of the Mac. So basically what this one's looking for, let me just show you. I think there's something I forgot to add to it, but I'll add that in before I send it. But essentially what this is looking for is stocks. This one here is going to be a custom, and it's just ATR divided by yesterday's range to make sure yesterday's range was smaller. You got to make that +1, but it basically needs to be above all of the kind of short-term moving averages, relative volume, and then it's just looking for a MACD cross on the 15-minute chart. My stop is also a custom formula that is just today's price. I think I shared it last time too. Today's price minus yesterday's price for yesterday's low, basically, is where the stop goes. Did you know there's a custom that directly references the description filter? Might say P. Yep, they're not insanely useful. I'll just say just because of the fact that they need to be accompanying the alert that they're associated with, if that makes sense. So, the next resistance one, which I think is the equals P that you found, it needs to be with a new high alert or it won't work, right? It has to be, you need to have the accompany alert with the filter. But if you can find one, then yeah, go right ahead. More information is better. I'll just, let you know that if you're trying to use like an equals P but you want the alert for your entry to be, anything other than just, a new high of day, the new high alert, then it just won't work. But that's what, for anyone who's wondering, if you go, let me get rid of this and put in the new high. So I'll just switch these out. And some people ask, like, this red line. Let me find another example. And INFY. Yeah, so this red line that shows up, that shows you where the most recent high is. And that's the equal P thing that you're seeing there. So it tells you where the most recent one is. Okay, can I explain a little more about the AI? I'll do that in 1 second. I would email in support and CC Brad Williams and ask if there's anything more. And then if you find that there is more that he's not telling us about, let me know. But as far as I know, it's only the things that are in the documentation and then that quality column, which you can actually reference by just, I think, saying quality. So I think what you did is just found a little bit more complicated way to, complicated but more precise. I think there's a way, yeah. For example, the quality field. That's, I think we just call it quality. But oops. Well, there you go. Windows key D does that. As a Mac guy, I had no idea. There we go. So yeah, so I think the quality filter will do the same thing for you. Maybe that will help you out as well. All right, so can I explain a little bit more about the AI? So let me go quickly over kind of the high level, how our AI works and what we are trying to accomplish with it. And so let me use this that I just did, for example. So within Trade Ideas, we have the ability to backtest certain scenarios. So again, this scenario is this MACD crossover signal on trending stocks, right? That's the theory behind this particular strategy. As you can kind of see, as this strategy ticks through, is there's sometimes where it doesn't work very well, and there's sometimes that it works great. There's sometimes that it doesn't work very well, and there's sometimes that it works great. So any strategy that we create, any strategy that any human being creates is, it's going to have to be adapted to the market. And as the market goes, again, sometimes that strategy will shine, sometimes that strategy will not do so well. And then it needs to be kind of customized. So again, this is looking for a MACD cross, and it has to be in an uptrend. But what if, fast forward a year from now, there's very little to no stocks in an uptrend because, something happens and we topped and we're in a downtrend now. So those are the two problems that we're looking to solve with the AI is what do we do when strategies stop working? Like kind of what happened here, and what do we do when strategies need to be re-optimized? That's something that auto traders like myself do all the time. I sit down every weekend and I do my scans, and I do my optimization of my scans, and I try to find out what's working, and I build my watch lists, and there's videos for that. Again, always one time at least I have to shamelessly plug. I do a series every week where I optimize these scans, and I come up with a couple ideas that I think I'm going to trade next week and plug them into the auto trader, and away I go. But what we notice is people don't have really the time or the inclination or in some respects kind of the knowledge of how to build and rework these. What they want to do is they want to be given ideas and then trade those based off kind of what they're used to seeing in the charts and all of that. So that's what we've built the AI for. So the AI has knocking on the door of 100 of these strategies, with another 2 that I think I may add this week or next, depending on how well they auto trade, which is kind of what you're seeing here a bit of. So what happens every single night is the AI takes all those 100 strategies, it slaps on the data from today's trading onto all of the other data from the other day's trading, and it re-optimizes them, and it says, okay, what about the RSI or the MACD or the 200-day moving average or something like that? So from there, what happens is then it ranks those, and it says, okay, I've went through and I've ran, I want to say we're up to 10 million, but don't quote me on that, simulations on these 100 strategies every single night. And then it says, okay, this is what I think is working the best for these strategies, and these are the ones that are working the best right now in this market. And then it presents those to our users. So for today, for example, let's take a look at NEO here. So these are the strategies in which it presented you today, right? So it went and it said, okay, NEO is a bit different where it has 4 strategies, but it optimizes them. But the rest of them, it optimizes and then does that ranking. And it says, here's what I think are the strategies for today. And then it scans those all day long until something meets its criteria. So for example, I'll tell you that pullback long, this is one that I built, is essentially looking for, this is a great perfect example of it, is stocks that have gapped up on strong volume and then have started to base sideways for a while, showing that they're holding the gap very well, and then push up. And that's what it's just looking for, something that, is holding well, it's doing lots and lots of volume. This GAPQ is doing 35 times normal volume. And then when it saw it kind of coil up like here, it bought and then put out its stop loss. And that happens in real time. So we go from this human-built strategies that we build, then it gets fed into this system and is traded and watched live. So basically, it's kind of the same workflow that most auto traders have, but just done in an automated way for you with the AI. So I hope that makes sense. Again, follow-up questions, let me know. I always threaten me waffling on if there's not enough questions. So today's no different. Sorry, where do I see the odds maker? I don't see it under new. So first with the odds maker, you have to use a alert window. So here, for example, is an alert window. So any window with an A in the top corner, something that you build that says, right, I want this alert to continue and I want to filter it down for these certain conditions. And as soon as you get that window open, just right click in the middle and click backtest strategy right here. And when you click backtest strategy, then it opens up that odds maker window. So you have to start with whatever window it is that you're looking for in order to present the trade. Because what the odds maker is doing, let me just go all. Is there anything all here? Anyway, what the odds maker is doing, let me just grab an alert window that has some data in it. Go to alert window, positions. Okay. So what it's doing when it's running this simulation is it's saying, okay, what happens if I take the first instance, and that's kind of important, of each symbol as it comes through each day. So, if Apple came through 1,000 times, it's going to show you what would happen if you got in on the first alert that you saw. So when you right click and backtest, all of this data that it's pulling in about what's going to happen next, it's grabbing from the backtester. Or sorry, it's grabbing to the backtester from the alert window. You can see this one's not very well optimized, but so that's how you find the backtester is any alert window. You can also do it on any multi-strategy window just by going into the strategy and then hitting backtest strategy there. The other way, the third way you can do it, and this is great for auto traders and algo traders like myself, is if you're in Brokerage Plus and you go to some of the strategies, you can just click the Run Statistics button right here, and it will start running that back test for you. So if I just click that, you see how it grayed out there, maybe, and then it went away for there. Hi, Michael. How relevant is the back test if I'm only getting 1 to 2 trades a day, not multiple trades per the back test? I would say that the distribution of the trades isn't as relevant as the number of trades. So if you're getting, say 2 trades a day across the 64-day back test, then you're getting 120 or so, and I think that's okay. What I would be worried about is if you ever drop kind of under 100, and the reason that is I always say when people start talking about the law of large numbers, I say flip a coin 3 times and tell me the probability of a coin flip, right? Whatever outcome you get is wrong, right? So to reach an accurate result, you need more data. What I always do, and this is just going to be a little bit, and I'll get to the other question about the AI there in a second, is make sure that the initial run before you start optimizing has like 1,000 or so trades, and those 1,000 or so trades are positive, because you want to have a good starting point to narrow them down. If your initial back test of like 1,000 trades is negative, then it's probably just a bad strategy. And I hope that helps. But just total number of trades is going to make the most difference. And for sure, make sure that all those trades aren't existing on the same day. So that distribution of 1 to 2 is good to go. Yeah, you're the AI. I'm not the AI. I am one of the, I would even say, lesser minds behind the AI, where there's a lot of programming and stuff that goes on as well that I can't really even do any of. So again, I hope that makes sense. So you want to see 2 things. So 900 trades in this back test, and if I go into daily, there's a good distribution. If all these existed on one day, then that just means I basically I traded the SPY for that day, right? If you're taking 20, 30 trades a day, you might as well just trade the SPY, right? It's just going to make your life a little easier. Because then you're kind of diversified at that point if you're just buying 20 different stocks. That's right. All right. So do I always have to build my strategy, right? No. So if you want to build your own, then yeah, you will have to build a strategy, and we teach you how to do that in our intro course. But when it comes to the AI, those are our strategies that you're seeing. So you don't have to do anything when it comes to the AI. You simply just turn it on each day, and all of that work was done in the background for you while you slept. Basically, we've basically built computerized systems that say, hey, take a look at all of these strategies and optimize them. And then what I do is I look to kind of build the new ones and refine them and paper trade them to make sure they're testing well on a forward trading basis and things like that. But yeah, again, what you see every day when you log on is just this. Right? You see the strategies given to you. Everybody who loads up this channel will see the same thing, regardless of what you built. Right? You just go through and say, okay, this is what what is presented to me today, and then as a trade comes through, you'll just see it here. So Geo is the only trade that's still open. The rest of these have closed from a conservative standpoint if you're going to trade them like that. So if that makes sense. And we are only halfway through. We got another half hour to go of any possible question you could have. Any chance of SAR being added? I like to use that to establish stops. On the chart, we certainly could. Actually, let me make a note of that. We're trying to book some time to expand the indicator base a bit. Excuse me for one moment while I make a note of that in my little to-do list over here. Now, when it comes to an indicator, I just need to figure out the math. The math is a little screwy. Oh. No, I'll take a look at it. We're planning on adding out different indicators onto the chart. Now, again, if it's super screwy math, then basically Trade Ideas deals with a whole bunch of data. So the reason we don't have kind of every different indicator and study that anyone would ever want in their life is because everything that we add compounds on every single stock that we scan and the millions of trades that we're doing here each night. So it just, makes sure that we make sure that we limit. And then the other thing is, just like we were talking about with the MACD earlier, we've done the math and there's really nothing new under the sun, right? A moving average crossover is a moving average crossover. And right, if your parabolic SAR is something, then there's probably something that can match it. Let me take a quick look and just see if I can see the math behind this, because there's probably something that's close. Like we have volatility stops, and it's probably similar to that. SAR, geez. How it works and how to calculate it. How SAR works. Okay, so that's just... It's just a volatility stop. I would take a look at these volatility stops that we already have in place and see how you can customize those, right? There's nothing magic about this SAR. So check out these two volatility stops right here for long and short. I bet you'll get pretty similar. You cannot write alerts for your own your own alerts. You can do it for your own filters, but not your own alerts. And again, right, just grab these, take a look. I bet you they're close. They're certainly not different enough that, right, if it's a losing strategy using these instead of SAR, then I can guarantee you that it would have been a losing strategy eventually with SAR, right? And again, just always remember there's no magic to any of these. They're all just price and volume. Everything comes back to price and volume. That's an interesting little custom there. I'll take a look at that. If price equals ask 1, 0, returns a binary value, a filter of min 1 set. Yeah. Formula I made for buying the ask. You could do that. To be honest, I think you're probably overcomplicating that a little bit as well. Because if you just go in, right, most stocks, if you're trading stocks that are liquid, right, they've got their bid and they've got their ask, and the spread is going to be about 1 penny, right? And the last price either occurred here or it occurred here. Those are your only two options. So if you just set your limit offset to 1, then you can make sure, or -1, negative 0.01, sorry to be exact. You know you're going to hit this. If you negative 0.02, you know you're going to hit this, or maybe 1 cent up. But obviously first in, first out, so you'll get filled at the lowest possible price if you do that. So yeah, I could see its use. I don't think they'd be a big, for me anyway, a big difference one way or the other. Where can I consult the different Holly performances? Let me get those for you. We don't have them all broken down like that for non-users. If you're a user, you just go to the AI window and right click and hit history. And then you can go there, and that will also draw from your settings. The reason we don't have every trade from every day, week, month, year is 1, that's kind of proprietary information, and 2, there's a bunch of different ways to trade it. So we talk about the assumptions that we're trading it with there as well, where it's a $50,000 account and it's in risk off mode. And then there's a nice chart if you wanted to just look at, right, different times. If you go through and you look at, you want to know how it did in a certain time, that's why we include that chart there. Right, so if you wanted to see, for example, how well it did from the beginning of this year on, you would say, okay, well, there's the beginning of this year, and there's where the account value is now. So it started at 60 or so, and it went to there, and I update these on a monthly basis. These will be updated. So next month, you'll just see this go out a little further. And I think we're going to do 2019 to date until the end of this year, and then we'll do 2020 to date, and so on and so forth. It looks, a little too good to be true in a little skewed way if I go back from 2016, the beginning when we started. But it's, it's easy to show a performance on a chart like that for that long of time. I just think it's more relevant if we do it for a year and a bit, which is where most people's attention spans are. So yeah, just click on that link and all that information is there for you. This IR is looking real interesting if it can get below kind of this area here. Oh, and where's my DraftKings? DFKG. So for most who don't know about me and my trading style, I'm mostly a swing trader. So when it comes to things that I do discretionarily myself, that's mostly swing trading and swing trading kind of related type of things. DKNG, that's what I was looking for. DKNG. When it comes to trading, intraday trading, I do most of that by algorithm nowadays, where it's kind of it's a constraint when it comes to both time, and it's a constraint when it comes to mental energy, I guess, where I'll run algos that are kind of like this for my intraday trading, and then I spend most of my time focusing on building new algorithms, and then the swing trading element of it. But I'm looking at this DraftKings just because we had this nice bull flag here, and we broke out of it, and then we put in this little spinning top doji right here. Not a huge short float, but I'm just thinking if we can kind of hold over this level, maybe a break of 42, you might see a quick kind of pop up at highs here. Yeah, no problem, guy. So yeah, those are updated. If you just want to track us, if you're sitting on the fence and you're like, I want to track these guys for a few months, just bookmark that page, because every month I go in and I grab the data, and our guy that makes our websites look good, thank God, it's not up to me. He makes the data that I give him look pretty. So Bonfire, I watch your swing trading weekly videos. That's great that you watch my weekly swing trading videos that I'm going to just plug right here. It's almost just a meme at this point. We need to get that bot into TI. Yeah, they're working on the back end. We had a big internal kind of switch to payment makers and admin house cleaning. That's boring for you guys, but that kind of took a lot of the dev resources there for a little bit. They're going to be back though, and we're going to work on that swing trading AI that we're all kind of pumped for. I definitely think it creates a massive level of complexity when it comes to the math behind it and the server architecture and all this. So it's just not as easy as building the strategies and putting them in there. But it is something that we are working on, and it's something that I'm excited to start. And then after that, you guys got to keep in mind that we're not going to release it until we're fairly confident on it. So, if you're waiting for that to start swing trading, I would say start building your own strategies, to be perfectly honest. And we'll go from there. But it is a transition that Trade Ideas is looking to, where we're trying to get a little bit more into... we're trying to get a little just more into not longer term. It's funny when you've been day trading as long as I have, longer term is like a week-long hold. But it's just something that we are looking to expand into for sure. Looking forward. Okay, so we still have another 18 or so minutes when it comes to, and I know I've got some Peter Frampton, everything in my ear. You guys might not be blessed with the same. So if you're listening to me, make sure you ask questions so we know what's going on. While I'm watching this DraftKings, looking here on the 15-minute chart, you can see big, strong push up. Had one great bull flag here. And then right at this level that I think is super important, this kind of $42 area, you can see hammer, doji, a lot of indecision going on here. Oh, there's Woke Up Sean. We were talking to... I started with Bad Company, and then I've just been letting YouTube decide. And next it's saying it's the Verve. How did it get from Bad Company to Bittersweet Symphony? Like, what do you... We need to work on YouTube's AI as well. INSG just came through my alerts. I really like, yeah. One moment, fellows. I need to do a trade. Oh, I love just being able to right click on it and away I go. So yeah, I've been looking at this INSG for a while as it kind of here. The synopsis on INSG, right? Resistance, support, potential support, and then this kind of descending triangle here that it just kind of broke out of, and now it looks like it's going to continue. So that's what I was watching there. So apologies, but I love that I can go. Let me show you on this account what I just did on the other account. If I've got this set up right, I just do that. I just click on that and I say, okay, if you get a little higher, I want you to buy me some. I want you to put the stop right here at yesterday's low. I'll automate it, and then I can come back and look at you guys, and I know that trade is kind of just taken care of for me, so that's great. Have I created any other patterns than the rounded bottom? Are you talking about the Trader's Vault? What of mine is in here? Not a lot, I don't think. This bullish daily candlesticks I had something to do with. But no, this one's pretty much the only one that I've got in here. It's mostly what I do. So here's my nighttime scan. The continuation diamond. No, I don't think that's going to be a little bit advanced, I think, for the system at this time. Yeah, so no, I can't. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's a way I can do it, but yeah, these are my nighttime scans here. So I go through this list, each day, month, week, month, depending on whenever we get a new candle. Basically, I go through these, and then I've got my rounded bottom and I've got my rounded top scans, and then I go through here, which is really just a giant list of stocks that are near this short-term moving average that have monster short floats. And these 3 scans are pretty much all that I look at each night right now, as long as these continue to backtest well. And same with this one. And when they stop backtesting well, I'll get rid of them and bring something else in. If the AI picks, can I mimic the same? Yeah, you can. So if you're here in the AI, right now we only link to Interactive Brokers, but you can either trade just by right clicking and say I want to trade this and I want to buy it in conservative mode or moderate mode, whichever you want. And this one's actually working great. Let me raise the stop up here. So you can do that, super easy. You can also plug it in to be fully automatically traded for you. Again, only through Interactive Brokers at this time. But yeah, you can do that to mimic it. You can also have it trade it for you and you pick the exits. This is the way that I like to trade a little bit better, where I let the AI find the stocks that it thinks are going to have edge, and then I come along and grab the exits myself from there. But yeah, so that requires just an Interactive Brokers account with... Oh, you have IB. Great. You'll need to have a live data plan with IB. If you're not a member of Trade Ideas quite yet, you can grab. I'm sure Barry's been spamming these links for you, but you can pick it up there, and there's a discount code there for you too. So yeah, you'll need a data plan with them. They're like $10 a month, and they refund them, so they're not that bad. It's just a pain. You got to sign up for it, and then. Yeah, so the ability to trade completely automatically, you'll need Premium and the Brokerage Plus add-on at the bottom. If you want to pick which ones to trade and you just want to right-click and say, trade this for me, buy in these modes, all you need is a Premium plan. And to get started, I kind of suggest people do it this way, just to get started, and then eventually down the road, if they really like the ideas that it's spitting out and they want to go in a kind of a full auto mode, they can do that. But again, we're on a demo account, so I can right click and I can say trade using moderate mode, and I just click this button and it will, I'm already in the stock, but if I wasn't, it would enter the position and then it would put out the stop loss, and it would do all that based off whatever kind of risk metrics that I want. And note, you can do that with your own strategies as well. And this is something that I do a lot of, where you can have it auto traded for you if you come up with an idea that you really like. And then at the same time, you can right click on any symbol you see anywhere in trade ideas. Like, let's just grab this BJ. And then I can put the stop at yesterday's low or today's low, or I can trade any of these algos that I want. And these will have, if I choose to have them, profit targets, trailing stops, traditional stops, which I very much suggest. I don't like trailing stops, but that's a rant for a different day. Time stops, right? So you can say, I want to hold this for a week or a month, and then it will do all that calculation, everything for you. It's to the point now where trade has made me so lazy that I get kind of annoyed if I can't just like exit, do a whole trade in clicking one type of one button. It's spoiled for sure. Little things like the math. Like when I bought INSG there, I didn't have to really think about things like how many shares I was going to take. That equation I never had to do anything with. I know how much I risk on any given trade, and I just click the button and it knows how much I risk on any given trade, and then away we go. Omar, I have a question. Go right ahead. We have 10 minutes. So as long as I can stop rambling to your question in 10 minutes, then be cool to answer. Okay, INSG's holding. Sorry, I got half an eye on it on the... I just like to watch them for the first few minutes after I get in the trade. So I find that trades that reject sharply right after you enter, I'm better just to get out of and then wait for tomorrow. It's very rarely I have a stock that I buy and then it rejects very quickly, and I'm like, oh, this is going to turn out to be a great trade. No math for that one. That's just I've been trading for a while and I just feel it's the case. So Omar, just ask the question away. AFH. Yeah, that's not my thing. That stuff right there. That is some people's things. That's not my thing. You have to be very, very fast when you're trading that kind of stuff, and it's just not my brain type. If anyone's looking for a good book recommendation or audiobook, Thinking Fast and Slow, it's an amazing book. It talks about the differences that people have when it comes to how their brain operates, whether you're a fast thinker or a slow thinker, and I am most certainly a slow thinker. So after, I remember I read that years ago, and that's when I kind of started to take my one of the things that got me into auto trading, I guess, was that book describing about how bad I am at basically being a fast thinker. And I said, okay, well, I can either try that or I can find a way around that. And away I went. Daniel Kahneman, good book. Yeah, it's a really good book. Or maybe it was just a really good book for me and at the time that I was in my life. But it was a good, it's a bit of a changer, that one. All right, can I talk about how the volatility stop works? It references bars. So anytime you see the reference of bars, what it's talking about is the average 15-minute bar that the stock does. So yeah, that average 15-minute kind of period of time. So if a stock, for example, if a stock moves 25 cents. 25 cents per 15-minute bar. If that's the average range of it, then that's what that volatility or bars number is. So I think you can do it in percentage or bars. So if you pick bars, then it's just a trailing stop based off of that number. And again, with what I saw of an SAR, again, I haven't done a lot of math on it because there's just not a lot of power to those things, but it just basically trails the stop below price, right? And then when price gets hit, and it looks like it's based off of a range volatility filter, then it triggers. And that's basically what this one will as well. If you say 1 bar, as long as it continues to move up and it hasn't pushed down for that one, I almost want to say ATR, but it's like an ATR for a 15-minute bar amount, then it won't trigger, and then it will trigger when it pops in. So I've seen some people, they'll build a symbol list of what the stocks they hold, and then they'll go from there. So okay, so the AI tells you when to get out. Yep, you will get a trigger price, a stop loss price. Right now it's programmed only for intraday trading, so the exit will either be at the stop loss price or the end of the day. There is a risk off mode, or we call it conservative mode now, where we've built a little trailing stop mechanism in there, and that will alert you when that happens. But again, I am anti trailing stop myself. Just the math doesn't work in my head. But again, that's not for day trading. Omar says, I am currently below the PDT and trying to be profitable. Now I just trade once per week because I want to remain in the green. Now try stocks between 95 cents and $4 with float. All stocks have a float, whether it's a big float or low float. That's up to you, but we can do that. Again, I argue heavily against the I don't have a large account, therefore I trade cheap stocks. It doesn't make any real sense to me. A percent gain is a percent gain, right? If I have a $10,000 account and I buy 1 share of Amazon, which is probably going to be a $10,000 stock soon, and I make 20% on that, it doesn't matter if I've done that or if I had $10,000 and I bought 10,000 shares of a $1 and made 20% or 10% on that. That's just so again, that's just besides the point, but that's kind of a point that I would make is don't focus so much on price. People say, well, if you're not buying X amount of shares, then what's the point? It's all percentage based, right? There, Sean, if you're still listening, that probably made you happy. But yeah, I think if you've got a count under a certain amount, then definitely try swing trading. For sure. You know, I do, again, mostly swing trading. A lot of it has to do with just how my brain works. But, you know, for example, I'm in Sage right now, and I picked some of this up yesterday on this little pullback here on this doji. And if I'm right, hopefully it's going to get $10 a share, right? And away we go. I would argue swing trading probably over day trading for 99.9% of the world anyway, because I think if you're going to day trade and you're going to try to day trade for a living, it requires a big way more money than you think it does. Not just the 25 grand cap, right? You need more for cushions. There's a lot of challenge that comes with it as well. Whereas swing trading is a great thing that you can do while doing whatever it is that feeds you right now. So I obviously and usually suggest people start with that. And then when they're really getting into it and they got a feel for the market, that's when you would try a little more of a day trading thing. So again, just my personal opinion. But I'm going to check on Barry because he's usually clamoring to get back. I have started streaming. Oh, that wasn't your whole question. Okay, let me answer this before I give it back to Barry. Um, I would say if you are not profitable, there is no reason to be risking any of your own money ever. So, built in Trade Ideas, we have a simulator, right? What you're seeing right now is a simulator, right? I obviously have a live account, but even as a someone who trades for a living and has, again, obviously, I've got multiple accounts. If I do anything new, I simulate trade that first, because if I build, so that's what these strategies you're seeing run are. These are things that may get added to the AI, and they may get added to my personal trading as well. Who knows? That are, but they're untested, so I'm not going to trade them with my money, right? That would be, in my opinion, insane. So I would suggest, if you're not making money in any, even if you're making money overall, but say you're making money day trading and you're losing money swing trading, well, doesn't mean you don't try swing trading. Just don't try it with real money, right? Try it with fake money. So my suggestion to you would be, right, start with fake money and then kind of go from there, right? But anyway, I'm going to switch this over back to Barry, so you guys can tell him that I said hi. I haven't chatted with him for a while. And I will see you guys probably sometime next week.
Yeah, Carve Yikes is right. I mean, look at all these high flyers early. Not, I'm sorry, not Fisk. Carve. Look at all these high flyers. Maybe it's not necessarily over. I mean, it is still up 380%. Okay, thank you, Autolycus. Well, I kind of wasn't that interested in IDYA, but it has been a rocket now. A little bit choppy, not quite like the other ones. Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that that hammer. And you're talking about this big bottoming tail, as I call them. Yeah, I don't believe that. So at about 1:30, I'm going to clear this, so I will get new alerts, and then we're going to see. Excuse me. Then we're going to see. Wow, look at. Okay, well, I'm wrong. I mean, look at this IDYA. What a. However, I have a look at this stupid spread. I mean, when I first, it was 1801, 1899. It's untradeable. I mean, it's just as 10 seconds ago it was 1801, 1891. So it's pretty tough to commit to that. Even though the volume is there. I mean, that's what I don't quite get. The volume is there. It's a low float, but still, you shouldn't have something like that. Okay, guys, time for me to do my video. Should be an interesting one this morning or today. So I will. back around 1:30. I'm sure it'll be earlier, but just in case. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And now what is this medley doing? Keep an look at the volume coming in, guys. Look at medley, MDLY. Keep a real close eye on this one, all right? Okay, Omar, so I'm not sure I understand. You get awfully wrong. I don't use level two at all, so I'm not sure how I can help you exactly when you say, look at, I'm all out of the I am all out of the FSK, guys, but I took the balance out on this little pop up, but it looks like it wants to move down still. Yeah, I don't know how I can help you when you say you watch the volume time sales level two. I mean, I'm not sure. MFAC. Yeah, good for you guys. I mean, again, I'm going to keep asking the question. I can't remember who it was who was wondering if they should sell, but did you have a stop? Yeah, I mean, it's too general a question, Omar. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, all I watch really are volume, price action, and volume. I mean, that's. But it kind of it works for me. But I've got some experience. It sounds like you're kind of a new trader, so hard for me to answer that question. No, Skeff, I'm answering a question in the YouTube feed. I know it gets a little confusing, but there is another one. I monitor two rooms. Okay, you're in the right room. You're in the right room. Yeah, time and sales. I mean, yeah, obviously, I watch time and sales too. I want to see the rapidity of trading. How fast is the stock trading? How many transactions are happening? Nothing worse than getting into something and then you look at your time and sales and a minute goes by before there's another trade. But this is IB, okay? This is Interactive Brokers, okay? All brokers platforms will have something like that. But I would say this, it's been rare. It's been rare that I've been in a trade that I actually even have to watch the time and sales that much, worrying that a stock is not trading that much because of the nature of the alerts that we're getting because these are all trading abnormally. So typically it's going to be trading very very quickly or many trades I should say. Oh man, MAFC. What was the alert at? 1228, 1269 right now. Holy smokes! These windows are magic, guys. Cone, yeah, it has been halted on the way up, so it may be recovering. How is that MDLY doing? Yeah, I'd like to see a big break of one, a big break of one. Yeah, we haven't seen a fraud one for a while of an expensive one. Good for you guys. I know you've been talking. Oh man, no kidding. Wow. And it would have been easy enough to get the short too. It's down 23% now, but it wasn't back here. So yeah, excellent guys. I just been following all these all day long. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a comparison again. I'm going to clear this. So now we will get even the original stocks that were triggering before. We will start to get them again. And now I'm going to see, and hopefully I'm going to get some brand new stocks. But from 1:30 to 3, right, to be honest, 1:30 to 4. I won't be here after 3 o'clock, but doesn't mean you guys can't follow this window. I remember this one, this NBSC, when we got the alert around $8 for this one last week, NBSC. What a nice little run it's had. It's been a little bit choppy. Look at the bottoming tails, but oh, disastrous for me not to have been this one. Look at this alert at 1 o'clock. I mean, it's not that long ago. 24 minutes ago, 1678. What did it get to? $20. Which one are you talking here? All I did was clear it so that now I can get new, even though once it had triggered earlier. Because remember, this is the no repeat. So, but now I will start even once it triggered earlier. If they make new highs, I'll see it here. Is that what you mean? I just cleared it. I just used the cleared function. So for instance, if MFAC makes a new high, I'll see it here again. Well, unpinned, yeah, unpinned is just a term I use to make sure I can send it to you. Okay, but the whole number, it's just unpinned, meaning if I send it to you, it's going to be in the unpinned format. Like, don't worry about it so much. The whole number it's just stocks trading around the whole number. What, the whole number? Can be. It can be. I mean, look, I've got tons and tons of scans here. Do I use them all? Nope. But what happens is eventually I get either tired of a scan that I'm using or I find it's not working as well. So, I don't turf every scan that I've ever created. I save them all. And what happens is I may bring one back and just see how it's working. And if it's working well, I'll keep it. Yikes. Yeah, not an utter collapse yet for AFH. Non-repeating. It's not low. It's just highs. Just highs. Not lows. I was concentrating on just the ones making new highs. Yeah, in terms of the fundamentals, I don't really look at the fundamentals too much. Zero profits. Well, I don't know what to say. China stock, like a lot of the China stocks, they've been really alive over the last week and a half. I think once the threat, I mean, who knows, it may resurface, but once the threat of delisting all China stocks kind of fell by the wayside for a while anyway. I don't know what to tell you about this. I mean, it's an all-time high, so. So, Drew, do you have the basic new highs and lows? Okay, so start from there. Take that one, then I'm going to show you how you can get the no repeat. So if you click on the scans tab, and you just have to find, there it is, basic new highs and lows. Just click on the link. I'll just do it so that people understand how you can load anything from a link. So if I click on the link, and then it shows up in a new browser or a new tab, highlight it, copy it, control copy it, and now file load from cloud. And now you see it's in here, it's in that box. If under the 0.5 of a percent chance it's not in here and it's blank, just control V and percent and paste it in. And now you just load it. So now it'll be on your screen. So I'm going to wait for you to do that, okay? I just want to teach you how to do something, and other people also. Okay, well, with the web-based version, you do have to paste it in then. It won't show up. You're absolutely right. But do the same thing I did, copy the link. Okay, and this time though, when you go into on the web-based version, just a second. Yeah, when you click on tools, load from cloud, yeah, it won't be in here. You'll have to paste it in. Okay, paste it in, and then load it. No, no, not for my channel. No, no. Oh, not for my channel. Like what I showed you up here. Click on the scans tab. Okay, the scans tab, and then find it. You just have to find it. You have to scroll. And there it is, basic new highs and lows. And you click on it, and then it'll appear, as I say, in a tab, new tab, and just copy the link. You could try to copy the link from here. I don't know how easy it is. I find it hard to copy. See what I'm... I gotta reset now. I just don't like to see the IDYA there. That's because it shows the last one that happened, okay? That's all. The other thing, I know it's confusing. I know it's a little confusing. I've kind of got two of them going at the same time. One I left at the original 30 count. This one has the 60 count in it. That's why some of these are not going to show up. You're seeing MDWD, but it won't show up here because I've got a 60 count. Again, guys, you have to understand what I'm trying to do. I am experimenting. You know, I'm experimenting with this count. All you have to do is right click on the window, configure, summary, and where it says stocks, where just click on the count icon and it'll be brought there. Then you can change it if you want. I'm experimenting, okay? Well, I'll see this alert earlier, but it's just saying that this has made 30 new highs. For it to show up here, it has to make 60 new highs. But later on in the day, that may not matter so much, and that's why I'm experimenting. Early on in the day, I think it matters to have 60 instead of 30 to really try to establish the trend. Here, it may not matter because it's later on in the day. I know it's confusing, but you have to appreciate that I'm experimenting, okay, like anybody else would be. You know, so for instance, I'm seeing the ORN here at 349. The volume came in, not a lot of volume, but a bit of a volume bar. Is this going to be enough? But it's got tremendous amount of room. Tremendous amount of room. So I'm experimenting to see, okay, how many of these would have worked just at the 30 later on in the day, if that makes sense. Or should I be waiting for the 60 count even if it's later on in the day? And I don't know the answer to that. I just don't know the answer. But when I get the answer, if there truly is, a definite answer, I'll certainly be letting everybody know, and then they can have the same type of scan. So you can see right there. So there's MDWD at 273, has not really moved. MGen 144 has not really moved. ARTW 330 hasn't really moved. So right now I'm kind of looking at this and going, maybe it should be 60. But it's early. Remember, this is a watch list. It doesn't mean if you don't have to get in right at the price, you can kind of watch to see what happens. I mean, you have to love the look of this in terms of what we're seeing on that weekly chart, how much potential room there is. The only issue is the 200-day is at 393, but that's far enough away from 338 in terms of a percentage increase. Yeah, I mean BZUN has been awesome. I haven't seen it all day. It just through the 200-day moving average. Look at that 15-minute chart. One little pullback, very very minor. Look at the 5. I mean the 5-minute chart. I mean what a relaxing trade as we call it. You know, you're not getting all these big wild gyrations, just a nice relaxing trade. Oops, just better spelling. Yeah, just all right, guys. I thank you for reminding me about Medley. I did get back in. I'm in at 113, right about there. 112. Well, it's 113. I'm sorry, I don't want that price alert there. Well, I guess okay if it goes back down. Now, the high of the day was 130 odd, so gets, I'm not going to be afraid to take any out. Something's wacko with this. Yeah, I listen, I'm not giving this that much more. Believe me, I'm just going to, it's the 110, I'm probably out. Could always get back in. Probably got in a little bit later. I should have got in right around 108 or so. Ooh, I almost pulled the plug. Well, we'll see. I almost pulled the plug at 110. If it doesn't move very quickly, I'm out. So what I'm doing is I'm putting a bunch of price alerts where this alerted these ones that haven't moved yet. I'm putting them at the areas. All right, guys, that got me out. So I'm out. I took a 3 cent loss on the MDLY. I'll take a look at it again, and maybe if it gets into the 120s. So you're lucky you couldn't buy it. Oh man, yeah, look at this. Yeah, I remember this was halted. Now it's halted and the way up again. COHN. I don't know what we call the VIX. Obviously, it's not VIX. Thought it was something. I thought we had something. I'm not sure. Oh, thank you. I'm hitting the post. There you go. VXX. Thank you, the Dreamer. Well, this is interesting. I'm not getting anything, and yet the SPY is ripping higher here. I'm not getting anything in here. It just automatically shows up, James. There's nothing, you don't have to do anything. It just automatically shows up. If you click on an alert, it's just going to show you. There's nothing you have to do. Sometimes you won't be able to see it because of where you are on the chart. Like the swing exit down here, it just automatically shows up. Just trying to find one that's more recent. See, there's a smart stop down there. And to be honest, the profit target, there's nothing scientific about it at all. It's just double the difference between the entry and the stop, okay? You just can't see it up here because because it's outside of the range. But there it is. You can see it on the monthly chart. Very, very faint. On the weekly chart, very, very faint. But there's nothing for you to do. It just automatically shows up. All right, guys, give me a moment here. I'm just going to change headsets. All right. Well, I'm just waiting on this. Interesting. The market is moving higher, not getting any new highs. Boy, that was a great short. I didn't short it, but look at the Celsius. Finally, big capitulation. Boy, this has been, I got to say, this has been incredibly resilient. The AFH, very, very resilient. Another halt. You know, every time you think it's got to be over, there's a pullback, 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 but they're all making, excuse me, higher lows on the way up. Meanwhile, you guys at the other end of the spectrum doing the ENPH, good for you guys. Okay, Sammy, so are you, you can hear me and you can see my screen before I demonstrate? Okay, so the first thing you do is take one of your alert windows, right click on it, and collaborate, and then copy. Okay, so that's done. Click on new. Actually, I should have sent you to the videos, but just for you, Sammy, I'll do this. Then click on new, and then multi-strategy window. And here it is. Right click on the window. Hover over strategies. This will pop up. This will pop up. This will pop up. And now collaborate. Paste. Okay, so now it's in there. Barry's watch list up, Barry's watch list up. It's in there. And then you just repeat the next one. You just repeat, you know, collaborate, copy, back to your multi-strategy window, right click, strategies, this pops up, go down to new, pops up, collaborate, paste. Okay, so now here they are. And then to name it, right click, properties, window name. Then you can give it a name. Okay, now, I should have, but I forgot it was there. So that if you forget how to do it, you always go to the 20 short video lessons. And I think it is multi-strategy window. So it's the 8th video. Come on. There it is. So that would have shown you how to do it too. Okay? Well, goods, I'll tell you what, I actually, I couldn't hold on, but I actually took this trade, FMCI. The room was closed, and I took the trade here. I made about 40 cents on it. Yay. Did not hold overnight, though. Should have, probably, maybe, coulda, woulda. Not bad. Wasn't bad. It came in my window here. But it's still if it's going to happen, it's still a ways off, right? We're talking months if it's going to happen. The merger. Yeah, and it's tattooed chef, right? I thought you told me it was impossible something or other, and everybody dumped on me. I'm kidding a little bit, but yeah. So I mean, there's so here it is. If tattooed chef can meet its revenue and adjusted EBITDA target, then the deal valuation seems to be cheap. Okay, just one moment, please. Guys, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So there it is. Yeah. So I mean that's the $1 million. I mean, it's not a done deal if, if it can meet the revenue. If. Obviously if that happens, then yeah, so there's your gamble. Otherwise the stock would be $50. Or is that kind of the upside, 20? Is that what they're saying? The upside is 20? Not slow for me, JB. Sugar. Here we go, guys. Another one. Look at all these. They're coming out of the woodwork. All these little. I'm gonna use the term SPAC. I'm gonna assume this is a SPAC, business associates. What do they do? Yeah. So this is another one of those SPACs. HCCH. Hooters or Hooters. Oh, Robin. I thought you meant they might be buying Hooters or something. Okay, so there you see, there was the alert here underneath 60 at 12:49. This one waited to 60, and the alert's a little bit later at 12:63. But is it going to matter? You know, and another thing, all these are very low float. Should have looked at this a little closer, more closely. I mean, look at all the what I consider a ton of resistance around $3 for MDWD. So this does, to me, it doesn't have very much more that it can go before it encounters all this resistance. I may pop right through it, but it's not putting the odds on our side. So I'm going to forget about MDWD. Yeah, we've only got difficult sometimes to get the true float for these sort of stocks. Now just got halted on the way down. Hog and pig farm. You know, guys, keep an eye on this NBSE. If it takes out NBSE, if it takes out 11 again, maybe it takes out that high. This has just been like since $8, since this was in, I think this was, I can't remember where it was. It was either my watch list or some other, probably was in the watch list, but it broke 8. I tried to get it. I didn't get it. Well, we'll see what happens. I was trying to get it at 230, the AFH. Well, the IMTE didn't hit 40 today. So you see what happened here when I did the clear. AFH would not have shown up unless I did this clear, because it had already triggered many times earlier. But by doing the clear, it will actually show up like almost like a new alert. It won't repeat after this, but hello, Jay. Welcome to the room. Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, it's just resting. I mean, there's no resistance. I mean, this is an all-time high for HCH. Where are they out of? Okay, now QFIN showed up You know, it only has 33 in the count, but look at all the resistance, maybe not that far away for Q-fin, which is too bad. Yeah, there's the Q-fin right there. But I look at, you know, I mean, it's at 10, this resistance right here around 1050, 1060. So, okay, so the orange triggered at 349, got up to 350. So I'm going to put my alert up here, 349. This is what I'm talking about, 349. Takes that out, and look at the difference between, you know, a couple of the other charts that we looked at. Look at the weekly chart here. Look at the potential run it could have. So that's why definitely interested in the ORN, but it's got to take out that high. Well, I'd like it to take out the high or get close to that high, and it's around 350, 351. I'd like to see it clear that. I'd love to see some volume. You see the volume that happened right there? I mean, it wasn't stupendous, but at least it was, you know, starting to get some volume. This is not high volume. You know, it's only 300,000 shares, so it's not like a high volume stock anyway. So I'm going to hold off. I really want to see a volume push. I mean, imagine if we got that volume bar pushing it through 350. I mean, that'd be ideal. Just going to wait though. Just going to wait. There it goes. AFH is trading again. Well, I wanted to get it at 230, so it's dropping down a little bit. Wow, is it whippy. I appreciate that, Skeff. Okay, guys, well, it's just dropped. I was just set to buy it. Okay, in 235, we'll see. 235, if it gets down to 230, I'm out and I'll just say goodbye. And that's for the AFH. So I'm in at 235. I don't want to take more than a nickel loss. I'm out. Okay, I'm out of it. I could get back in. Let's see if it takes out this high. So I took a nickel loss on that. I was just, you know, look, I mean, has no resistance until this area. Is it a column you can work without? Yeah, you don't have to have the column. You can just put the alert. So it has to be more than whatever the number is. You don't have to actually show the number. You don't have to actually show the count. Well, it's just another way of looking at momentum. I mean, any stock that's made 218 new highs for the day, especially when it's a $2.45 stock, I mean, that is some momentum. Okay? It's just another way of looking at momentum. But you don't have to have the column if you don't want the column. I mean, it's not 100% mandatory. I mean, I have enough space, so I don't mind seeing it, but you can just keep it as the filter. For instance, I don't have the EPS column. I have the filter here, but I don't have the EPS column. How good are your eyes? If you've got great eyes, then you can go to Tools, Options. So Tools, Options, and then where it says Font. So you can decrease the font down to 6. I mean, all right. And that'll affect every window, not the charts, but every scan. You can't kind of pick and choose. So I mean, if your eyes are really, really good, you could reduce the size. Well, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. It affects every window. You can't pick and choose which window. All or nothing. Yes. Yes. You're absolutely right. I did not. Well, it had to be a rocket ship, and it wasn't a rocket ship, so. But I missed this one. You guys aren't seeing this. Well, you are seeing this one because you don't have this window. MKD 268. Look out. Whew. Look at this. Look at the room it's got. They're coming out of I don't know anything about another business association. No, it's not the same. Sorry. It is a China stock. That's the one, guys. That was the one. What's the spread like? I mean, it doesn't look that good, 304, 315, but I mean, it could tighten up. No, it's too late for me now, though. There's the alert at 268. I mean, these are just, why I'm focusing on these. I mean, they just give you tremendous percentage increases in usually a very short period of time. Oh yeah, you've got to be quick. I mean, there's not a lot of room for error on a lot of these. Yeah, not really. I mean, here's a very. I mean, you could put a lot of sectors in here, in the spider sector list, and then this is what I use. This is what I use, to see what the sectors, which ones are positive, which ones are negative. So you can see right off the bat that OIH is at the bottom of the day. So oil, XLE, OIH, and XOP, three of the big ETFs in the energy sector, they're all down. They're all near the lows of the day. I'm sharing this. I am sharing that spider sector list. But if you're talking about like the overall, like hundreds of sectors, no. See, now it shows up. Now it shows up here because it hit 60 counts at 309. Now let's just see though. I mean, it might come back. No, this is not a video, okay? This is the trading room. I mean, I'm on for 6 hours, so we don't record it. And it's every day, so this is nothing unique. No, this is not recorded though. Well, I hate recommending, okay? I mean, I use Interactive Brokers. A lot of us in the room and Trade Ideas subscribers use Interactive Brokers. I mean, I think it's great. I know some get hung up on the fact that it's not a free commission broker like a lot of the other ones now. But, I mean, half a cent a share is no big deal. So unless you're buying, 10,000 shares of things. But though even then I was under, even then I've been told that you can still negotiate a good rate. But I use Interactive Brokers. But that is, I mean, I'm not trying to say it's not a recommendation. All right, guys, next on the hit parade here, it's very low volume. NSYS just got halted. The volume, it was trading not at all. And now some volume just came in. NSYS, NSYS. But there's no volume. Low float. Oh yeah, it wasn't trading. I mean, yeah, it was not trading at all. For some reason. But you never know. I mean, you never know what could happen. I'm not saying to get into this trade, believe me, but I'm just saying you never know what can happen. Now that there's, for whatever reason, there's that spike. Who knows? Maybe the volume just starts to pick up, and you get totally surprised. You can, yeah, Jay. You can. I mean, you can create a symbol list. So you just want to trade Apple and Microsoft and Google, and you can set, yeah, you can set up a symbol list to just monitor those stocks if that's what you want. Man, I'm having all sorts of Bluetooth issues. Might have to. Anybody good at computers? Okay, well, actually, I want to. That's a good point. How has been my audio? Because if that, Okay, because my issues are my headset, and I never had this issue, never had a problem, but I've noticed in the last 4 or 5 days, my audio and my it's just sort of cutting in and out, and it's sort of getting a little staticky. And I thought it was my headset. I changed headsets, but it's the same. It's very, but more importantly, as long as you guys can hear me crystal clear, and I'm not cutting in and out. I mean, that's the important thing. But of course, I have my headset in because I want to hear my sound alerts from Trade Ideas, not just for the music. I can hear what you're saying. Whoa. Sorry, guys. It's very disruptive of my end. Is there some Bluetooth setting I can? MKD guys may be getting going again. Wait a minute. See, the problem is that spread, and this is what I'm talking about. 282, 315. It's all over the place. It's just making it hard to trade. That's too bad. I think this could have a lot of promise if that spread would tighten up. Because I mean, look at the room it's got. So there's IDAX showing up. However, it is very close to the hole number two, which I don't like. If it gets through two, though, I mean, it's got room to 250. Come on, technology. So Jay, really on Schwab that doesn't have? I mean, name a stock that doesn't have. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. Give me an example of a stock that Schwab does not have that I've been talking about. These are most of them are just Nasdaq stocks. I mean, I'm using Interactive Brokers, so that's I don't know. Maybe Schwab doesn't let you. Okay, MKD. Let's take a look. Well, MKD. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it may not be a great. I mean, we don't even have a float for that. Doesn't trade options at all. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, MKD. I can see it on my Interactive Brokers. We have it. So as trade ideas. Really, QFin? That's a really. No, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I mean, QFin it's a China stock. It's possible that they're not allowing China stocks on Schwab because those two are China stocks. Is that a possibility, Jay? Sorry guys, this is driving me crazy. I have to figure out what's going on. I should be in this medley again. No, but seriously, I mean, here, I'll give you another. Is LK still trading? How about LK? Can you find LK in Schwab? Well, sometimes they're coming from here, these two, okay, which are on other. Again, I am just experimenting. That's why I'm not showing them. They're very, I mean, this one is virtually the same, except this waits for a 60 count. You see there it says 60, and some are showing up earlier, 41, 55. And again, I'm just experimenting. Well, look at tallow. This is okay. I want to answer your question, Jeff. So that does show up. Well, I don't know what to say because the two that you talked about, there were two China stocks. So I don't know what to say, Jay. Okay, so Jay, do you have how many monitors do you have? This is sort of this is kind of the call it the workaround fix, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so this is. I have three monitors, but and this is good for anybody who has multiple monitors. Even if you have just one, I guess it's good. So take your toolbar, okay, your toolbar, put it in the top left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay, so this is obviously the monitor that I'm sharing with everybody. That's my main monitor. I arrange all my trade ideas windows as I want them. I have trade ideas windows on other monitors. Okay, I put them exactly where I want them. Once I've arranged them, then click on Tools and Options, and then you see where it says Layouts. Click on Layouts, and then check Open relative to main window. When you do that, and then save it. Every time you open trade ideas, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. So it is not quite like taking sort of like a container and moving them all at once. But that has been, I haven't had the necessity to ever do that since, we have that layout configuration save. See, now the spread is only 9 cents on the MKD. So if we can get it over 3 again with a decent spread, it may give the trade. Otherwise, I'm just going to forget about it. Oh man, I may have to leave early or do something. I have to be in a couple of one meeting at 1 and one at 2 for the Q&A. Figure out what's going on with my headset. Or it's not my headset, it's the Bluetooth in my system. It's just terrible right now. Yeah, AFH is halted again, yes. Well, I tried to short Tallow, TALO. We'll see if it's a good thing I didn't get it at 1177. You mean you don't mean reboot? You mean just do the reconnect? Yeah, I've had two devices. I'm sorry for kind of hijacking but it's just making it really annoying for me to. I've had two different devices. That's the only thing, but I'll try. And both devices have done the same thing. Never had this problem before. Never, 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 never. All right, now I'm just going to do a connect. Yeah, it didn't work. All right, I'll gut it out till 3 anyway. And yes, Ajay, yes, I start at 9 o'clock. I go 9 to 3 every day, Eastern time, of course. See, it's a good thing I didn't get that short at 1177 for Tallow. They wouldn't fill me. Well, this is the first day I haven't seen any, first day in a while. I haven't seen any big ones yet. It's only 2:30 though. Even though I'm going to shut the room down around 3, you guys should be watching this and seeing we get any late dayers. If you have trade ideas, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Well, there was one U1K. That was awesome. It was just. Look at that move there for you. Like that started at it's right at 3 o'clock, and look at the move. I mean, it was like got in here at what 239 or so, and I sold it at 394. It actually got up to 456. I mean, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I wasn't going to hold it overnight. I wish I did, but keep an eye on the NBSE guys, just for maybe a late day surge. You can see where it stopped. It stopped at yesterday's high, just a couple of pennies above it. Yesterday's high. Your 3 shares. I actually saw that, was it yesterday or was it today that Nvidia had a downgrade? So much for that, yeah. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. Was it yesterday? Okay. All right, guys. Well, this is getting so annoying for me. So what I want to do is to just talk a little bit about our subscriptions. You want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas? A promo code. Oops, wrong. Funny, Zach. All right, there's a subscription link right there. So when you click on the link, and there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, all in capital letters, except for, of course, the numeric 4. And there's the pricing for Trade Ideas. 4 plans, basically. Premium yearly is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year. Get out of here. Stupid. $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or even a monthly or an annual plan. Try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium, $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month on the monthly subscription. But if you decide you want to upgrade, you do it within 30 days. We'll honor the promo code. Well, they're right here. Right underneath. Right there. There's the link right there. Just have to click on it. Other thing you can do for all the links and all my scans, if you click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I'm sharing, you can download. It'll go to a Word document. And all the links that I talk about, you can download, again, going to a Word document. Some of the links you probably would be interested in, the Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. If you have Interactive Brokers and you want to trade your live Interactive Brokers account, this is a great video. Brokers Plus intro shows you how you can do all that. My daily video, you can subscribe to that. I do it between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. That link will give you the latest download for Trade Ideas. This is the 20 short video lesson link. You click on that. Here are all the lessons. It's a great primer. You know, a lot of the questions, well, I don't know, how do I create a top list? Well, there you go. Alert windows, everything, single stock window. It's a great primer. More training. Click on that link, the training link. We're brought to this page. Here are the webinars you can subscribe to. This is the one I attend on Wednesdays. That's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. Next test drive sign up. If you click on that link, you'll be brought to this page. You can fill it in. The next test drive could be in August. Basically, for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. We do this 4 times a year, so if you fill this in, you'll be notified exactly when it starts and how to sign up for it. You can trade within Trade Ideas, okay, Rich Peace, as long as you have an Interactive Brokers account. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, then you can trade within Trade Ideas. If you don't have a okay, first of all, do you have an Interactive Brokers account? Okay, so do yourself a favor and watch this video, okay? It's about 27, 28 minutes long, and it'll outline everything that you have to know in order to trade using within Trade Ideas and if you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay? Okay, so Gav, I mean, it's not going to be at least until August. So again, if you click on that link, I'll just put it in here. Look at CLSN just collapsing now. So if you click on this link, the next test drive, and click on that link right there, then you'll be notified when it's going to be. You know, probably a couple of weeks before. We just don't have a date. Probably sometime in August. Everybody's thoughts on Bloom Energy. What is BE doing these days? Well, I mean, it's just not doing too much. Remember, I had this awesome day back here, or week. But this day, I remember that day. I'm not sure. I mean, obviously it's an energy play, Judah. So right now, energy. Look at the ET. Look, here are 3 energy ETFs right at the bottom of the day. So until something happens with energy, I'm not sure anything. I mean, I know that Bloom Energy is a. Sorry, it's more of an electrical. What do they do exactly? It's not exactly. Yeah, power and all that. So it's not exactly an energy play like that, but I don't know. It has to break out again. It has to get over 966, I think. Well, MKD, gee, it's looking good. It's just the spread is still a little bit crazy. 305, 317. It's now taken out the high, or is at the high of the day. Ugh, I mean, it's hard, guys. I mean, look at that. 292 now, 317. I just have to stay away from it. You know, unless that spread comes really, really tight and it starts to move, I just have to forget about it. There you go. Oh, I'm glad it worked for you, Izzy. Jeez. Boy, CLSN just, it's like they did a financing or something. Boy, look at this. I mean, it's gone negative now after being up a lot. It's over a $2 drop now, almost 250, 220 or so, 240. You can't use it to trade using Brokerage Plus. I mean, you know, we don't link with it, so you can use it, but we don't link with it. Well, when I say link, so I want to just make sure people understand what I'm talking about. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Linking meaning we have this external linking tool, external linking, and you basically add the link, and then you go to your brokerage platform, and typically all you have to do is put your mouse, your pointer in your order entry screen. Just follow these directions as it says, keeping this window active. Mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key, and then that selects the order entry. And all that does, it just is a time saver. So instead of having to type the symbol in all day long, when you click on an alert, it just loads into the order entry. It doesn't trade it, doesn't do anything. It's just a time saver. Ah, there's one thing I haven't tried. Let me just see something here. I thought it might have been serious. Okay. My music player, I thought it might have been that was the problem, but that's not the problem. Yeah, I would say that it probably came up. It came up for me, I think, at around $8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it was right around here. That's where it came up on that break right there, that daily break right there. I'm not in it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not in it, but it. Well, so far this is the first day. I haven't had anything really spectacular coming from this window later on in the day. A lot of. All right, guys. There's purple. Been waiting on it for all day, but I don't know if I want to do it now. But there's PRPL, Purple Innovation. Just give me a moment, please. A little bit of volume coming into DMAC. DMAC. Look at the volume coming into DMAC, making a new high here. Not a lot of volume to begin with, but about a quarter of the day right here on that candle. Let's see what else is happening with. Yeah, I'm glad I did not go chasing the MKD. There are plans. When it's going to happen, I don't know, Skeff. I mean, we've been talking with E-Trade for a long time now. TD Ameritrade. But listen, I just don't know when it's going to happen. We'd love to integrate with every broker, but well, when I say integrate, we're talking about, all I'm talking about is using Brokerage Plus. Okay? That's all I'm talking about. You can connect, you can use our external linking tool to connect a TDA so that you don't have to go through, again, the time, this is just a time saver, you know? You don't have to type the symbols in all day long. Especially, you know, if somebody like me who's clicking on 1,000 alerts a day, you know, at least, I don't know. It would be a real pain if I had to go and type them in. Because why do I want? Because I always want to see my time in sales. You know what, guys? I am going to shut it down now. Okay, it's driving me crazy. I want to do a reboot because I do have to do some things, and I have to have this thing working in about an hour. So, I want to try to figure out what's going on, why I'm getting all sorts of static and stuff. Okay, so hope you don't mind. I'm going to shut it down now, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I will open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Yeah. Call my tech support. I'll get off the phone and phone myself. All right, guys. So we'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And thanks for allowing me to do this. Okay. Thank you very much.